Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we cordially invite you to be seated at the prescribed chair in the
Because
main
in a few
hall.
minutes, the ceremony will be proceed in no time. Bagi Bapak Ibu serta para hadirin sekalian yang masih berada di luar, dipersilahkan untuk mengambil tempat di ruangan aula. Karena kita akan segera memulai pembukaan konferensi internasional pada hari ini.
Yang sudah dikirim.
Cek.
Kan ya udah berarti tungguin Oke, jam 9.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Rector
Profesor
of Universitas
Dr.
Maliku Saleh,
Herman
Profesor
Putra,
Dr.
STMT,
Insinyur Herman
ASEAN,
Fitra, STMT, IPM, ASEAN
Honorable
Engineering,
Deputy Rector of Academic
Honorable
Affairs,
Deputy
Julie
Rector of Academic
PhD,
Affairs, Julie Murshida, PhD,
Honorable the Dean of Fakultas Ilmu
Honorable
Sosial
the
dan
Dean of
Ilmu
Fakultas
Politik
Ilmu Sosial
Universitas
dan
Maliku
Ilmu
Saleh,
Politik
Dr.
Universitas Maliku
Nazaruddin,
Saleh,
MSI, along
Dr.
with the
Nazaruddin,
ranks,
MSI, along
Honorable Representative of Danrem 011 Lila Wangsa, Honorable Representative of Director PT Pupuk Iskandar Muda, Honorable Professor Peter Charles Sinclair Taylor from Murdoch University, Australia, who is joining us virtually today. Honorable Professor Dr. Muqtadar Khan from University of Delaware, United States of America. Honorable Professor Agus Pramusinto from Universitas Gajah Mada, Indonesia. Honorable Professor Dr. Muhammad Yusri bin Ibrahim from University Malaysia, Terengganu, Malaysia. Honorable Ahmad Masum, MCL, PhD from University Islam Sultan Syarif Ali, Brunei Darussalam. Honorable all the participants and of course all invited guests. First of all, let's praise our God, Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, the creator and sustainer of the universe. Peace be upon Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the last messenger of Allah, who has guided human life from the destruction into the right way of Islam. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ade Muana. It is an awesome and precious chance for me to be your master of ceremony this morning on Wednesday, 16th of November 2022, in our big event, the Third International Conference on Social Science, Political Science, and Humanities. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as a welcome gesture to everyone, we are going to present a traditional dance, and it is actually a welcoming dance and a form of hospitality. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome tarian Ranu Pelampuan by Sanggar Tari Siraputi, the students of Communication Science Department. distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to honor our country and our university, we would like to request you to all rise for singing the national anthem of Indonesia Raya and also Mars Unimal. Kepada para hadirin, dimohon untuk berdiri karena kita akan menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya dan Mars Unimal.
Universitas ICoSPOLHUM milik kita. Mari langkah kaki kejar prestasi untuk membangun negara. Universitas ICoSPOLHUM, alma mater kita, harus kita jaga kelestariannya. Sumber daya manusia kita tingkatkan di sini. Itulah cita Universitas ICoSPOLHUM, jayalah engkau untuk selamanya. Generasi bawa pelita untuk negara. ICoSPOLHUM, jayalah engkau untuk selamanya. Generasi bawa pelita untuk negara yang tercinta.
Thank you and kindly be seated. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to get blessings for our program from Allah, let us listen to the several verses of the Quran and Doa by Rizky Yunanda Esos, MSI. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya billah kitab alladzi nazzala ala surati kitab billadzi qab wa ma billahi wa malaikatihi kutubihi wa rusulihi wa malaikatihi wa kutubihi wa rusulihi wal yawmil akhir faqad dhalla dhalalan ba'da wal yawm faqad dhalla dhalalan ba'da. Sadaqallah. Billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin hamdan na'imin hamdan syakirin hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi lil jalali wajhikal karimi wa 'azimi sultani. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammadin nabiyil ummi wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa barik wa sallim. Allahumma ahsin aqibatana fil umuri kulliha wa ajirna min khid'i dunya wa adzabil akhirah. Allahumma innaka afuun karimun halimun tuhibbul afwa fa'fu anna ya karim. Allahumma ighfir lana dhunubana wa dhunuba walidayna warhamhuma kama rabbayana saghira. Allahumma ij'alna hadha jam'ana jam'an marhuma وتفرقنا من بعده تفرقا معصوما. اللهم اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم من النبيين والصديقين والشهداء والصالحين. اللهم أنزل الرحمة والسلامة والبركة والصحة والنعمة والهداية وصبرا علينا وعلى جميع المسلمين والمسلمات. ربنا تقبل منا دعاءنا إنك أنت السميع العليم وتب علينا يا مولانا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار والحمد لله رب العالمين. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, step on the following agenda are speeches. The first is welcoming remarks by Dr. Nirzalin as the head of steering committee. Bapak Dr. Nirzalin, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'in ala umuri dunya waddin salatan wassalaman ala Rasulillah wa mawala. All the praise to Allah Subhanahu wa taala who has give us today the greatest opportunity so we can attend here in international conference held by Faculty of Social and Political Sciences Universitas Malikus Saleh. Blessing and greeting to our messenger, to our prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Because of him, we can live in this civilized society and puts ethics and knowledge for the frame in the all our action and the all our relation in every fields. Honorable to our Rector Universitas Malikus Saleh, Professor Dr. Insinyur Herman Fitra, ST, MT, IPM, ASEAN Engineer, Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Ibu Julie Mursida, PhD, Vice Rector for Finance and Administrative Affairs, Bapak Dr. Muklis, Vice Rector for Student and Alumni Affairs, Bapak Dr. Baidawi, Honorable to our Deans, Faculty of Social and Business Dean, Bapak Dr. Hendra Raza, PhD also, and representative from the head of Danrem 011 Lilawangsa. Welcome, Pak. And thank you for you coming. And then representative director of PIM, Bapak Zule. Welcome, thank you for your coming. Representative from Bank Indonesia. Thank you, Pak, from your coming. And representative from Bank Syariah Indonesia. And all audience that we love today. And I would like to welcome for our keynote speakers. We have invited 5 expert speakers today. The first is Professor Dr. Muqtadar Khan from University of Delaware, United States of America. Professor Peter Charles Taylor from Murdoch University, Australia. Professor Dr. Muhammad Yusri bin Ibrahim MS, University Malaysia Terengganu. Ahmad Masum MCL PhD, University Islam Sultan Syarif Ali, Brunei Darussalam. Professor Agus Pramusinto, he is my lecturer too, from Universitas Gadjah Mada, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, we feel very happy today because we can attend here in international conference held by Faculty of Social and Political Science Universitas Malikus Saleh. Faculty Social and Political Universitas Malikus Saleh as an institution of academic has an academical obligation, has a moral academical obligation to help, to facilitate every findings, every result from the research in the various fields of social and humanity sciences, especially from the various finding innovative from the theory, models, concept, and everything related of that. So one of our obligation we can show from this forum. So this forum is the way how to can discuss about that. To discuss everything related that our government can make policy brief, who they can bring to the references to make policy programs, especially in the Sustainable Development Program. This international conference we held for the third, and the first we make it or we held in 2020, and various countries coming to this international conference, such as Malaysia, Philippines, Ghana, Brunei Darussalam, and Indonesia itself. And today, in the third international conference, the participants come from India, Malaysia, Philippines, Australia, America, and Brunei Darussalam too. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope in this international conference, not only we discuss, we present every finding in the research areas of the social sciences, but also we hope this conference today, we can collaborate, we can make collaborations, we can make ecosystem of the academic, and we can make it collaborative in institution of academic. So we can give some solve or some solution problem in the sustainable development, especially in globally. Together we are strong, and together we can enjoy and happy conference. Thank you very much. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Dr. Mirzalin. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Faculty of Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik fully support this event, we would like to invite the Dean of this faculty, Dr. Nazaruddin, to also welcome all the participants here. Dr. Nazaruddin, please proceed to the podium.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Innal hamdalillah, salatan wa salaman ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa mawala. All praise to Allah, the mighty, on this happy. We are all give opportunity by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to attend this international conference. Blessing and greeting to Rasulullah Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam to attend this international conference. As the Dean, I wish to attend a warm welcome to all speakers from various fields of science and universities. Professor Dr. Muqtadir Khan, from University of Delaware, United States of America. Professor Peter Charles Tyler, Murdoch University, Australia. Profesor Dr. Muhammad Yusri bin Ibrahim, MS, University Malaysia, Terengganu. Ahmad Maksum, MCL, PhD, from University Islam Sultan Syarif Ali, Brunei Darussalam. Profesor Dr. Agus Pramusinto, from Universitas Gajah Mada, Indonesia. We are especially honored by the presence of Rektor Universitas Malikus Saleh, Bapak Profesor Dr. Herman Fitra, Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Prof. Julie Mursida. Thank you for coming, Bu Julie. Vice Rector for Finance and Administrative Affairs, Vice Rector for Student and Alumni Affairs, Deans, especially Deans of Economic and Business Faculty, we call Gus Hendra. Head of Bureau, Pak Nazaruddin. Thank you for coming, Pak Nazar. Head of Central Library, Head of Technical Implementation Unit, especially Bang Kemal, Head of Humas Universitas Malikus Saleh, student of FISIP Unimal, and all audience. Especially honored by Head of Danrem 011 Lila Wangsa, represented by Bang Mahyar. Thank you for coming, Bang Mahyar. Head of Dandim Aceh Utara, President Director of PIM, represented by Bang Zulhadi. Thank you for coming, Bang Zulhadi. Head of BI, represented by Bang Sahrul. Thank you, Bang Sahrul, for coming. Head of PSI, today represented by Bang Azhar and friends. Thank you for coming. Head of Bang Aceh, especially honored by Vice Dean of Faculty of Social and Political Science, Heads of Programs, and all of committee. As academic and researcher in the field of social sciences and humanities, today we all have the opportunity to represent and discuss various research findings in our representative areas for expertise, particular those related to actually issues in the realm of social science and humanities. More than 2 decades ago, the International Committee agreed to the World Development Paradigm with focus and natural exploitation for sake of growth my chance with a paradigm of development and that is more sustainable. The philosophy is to build to the welfare of today's society without compromising the rest of future generations. However, until now, efforts to realize sustainable development have faced many challenges at the level global. Conflict and pandemic of various kinds of global disease have led to the emergence of multidimensional crises, ranging from energy to food supply chains, to the economic crisis that contribute to inflation, and the relation of a green economy and blue economy cannot be spared from the challenge of paradigm-minded opponent. The fact of require serious academic attention for serve as a reference policy brief for solution-making decision for all countries, not only as the basic of government policies, finding and academic contribution to a more constructive social change to support the sustainable development are urgently needed. At this third international conference, the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Malikus Saleh, give high appreciation for emergence of various findings and new thoughts of various global issues based on research. Through this international conference, we invite all participants to explain, discuss, and produce intelligence and brooks out ideas that pave the way for sustainable development at a global level so that the world become more social and human. Enjoy the conference. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Dr. Nazarudin. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is our honor to have the Deputy Rector of Academic Affairs, Ibu Julie Murshida, PhD, on behalf of Honorable Rector, to deliver an opening speech, and afterward, we would like to request Ibu Deputy to officially open the international conference. Please, time is yours. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. All praise to Allah Subhanahu wa taala. On this happy day, we are all given the opportunity by Allah Subhanahu wa taala to attend this international conference together. Blessings and greetings to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who has made morals and knowledge the basis of our actions and who has built bridges for academic interaction. As director, I wish to extend a warm welcome to all speakers from various fields of science and university. Professor Dr. Muqtadar Khan from University of Delaware, United States of America. The second is Professor Peter Charles Taylor from Murdoch University, Australia. Professor Dr. Muhammad Yusri bin Ibrahim from University Malaysia, Terengganu. Ahmad Masum MCL, PhD from University Islam Sultan Sarif Ali, Brunei Darussalam. Professor Agus Pramusinto from University Gadjah Mada, and all the invited guests from various elements of the community and all the audience, both offline and online. Ladies and gentlemen, today, coinciding with the implementation of the G20 in Bali, we are all here at University Malikus Saleh to jointly discuss, generate talks and enlightenment related to various issues at the global level, almost at the same as what is currently being discussed by heads of state from various countries in Bali, which include climate change, the COVID-19 pandemic, and other diseases, energy crisis, food crisis, conflict, inflation, green economy, and blue economy. These are all global issues that require serious attention academically, which then become reference or policy brief in making decisions for all countries. In the social science humanities, these various issues have become a reality that must be observed very seriously, because they are the triggers for the emergence of outbreaks of social and humanitarian problems in various aspects and levels which disrupt sustainability development. We see the spirit and icon of global development. Universitas Malikus Saleh, as an academic institution, facilities and opens wide doors for the international intellectuals to discuss and recommend various research findings related to various global issues, especially in the realm of social science and humanities. Therefore, we warmly welcome and are very happy with this international conference initiated by the Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Malikus Saleh. We hope that this international conference will not only be well implemented, but also be able to produce various intelligent talks related to the various global issues in the realm of social science and humanities, so that it becomes a constructive contribution in managing sustainability development for the world. Ladies and gentlemen, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I hereby declare the Third International Conference of Social Science, Political Science, and Humanities with the theme, the contribution of social science and humanities to sustainable development 2022 officially open. Thank you for the attention. Enjoy the conference. Bila taufik wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ibu Deputy Rector of Academic Affairs, for officially opening the conference. And now the conference is officially open. And ladies and gentlemen, for the documentation, we are going to have a photo session before starting our next session. Kepada Bapak Ibu hadirin yang berhadir pada hari ini, tamu undangan dipersilahkan untuk mengambil tempat di podium untuk dokumentasi. Silakan kepada Bapak Ibu tamu undangan. Mahasiswa silakan ke atas panggung. Silakan naik ke atas panggung.
Penutup. Mak Jawa.
Kepada mahasiswa jangan bubar dulu karena kita juga akan melanjutkan sesi berikutnya. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we will start our session on the third International Conference on Social Science, Political Science, and Humanities 2022. By theme, the contribution of social science and humanities to sustainable development. Professor Dr. Muqtadar Khan, Professor Peter Charles Sinclair Taylor, and Professor Dr. Muhammad Yusri bin Ibrahim will be led by Dr. Muhammad bin Abu Bakar BHSCMA, Head of the Magister in Public Administration Department. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, please welcome the speakers and moderator, Bapak Dr. Muhammad. The floor is yours.
Would like to invite Dr. Subhani, please. Sudah online. Sudah online. Dek, coba lihat Zoom-nya, dipastikan udah masuk belum pro speaker-nya? Udah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Praise be to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for the blessing, for the opportunity, for the peace that we have today. We have been given opportunity to conduct the third international conference on the contribution of social science to sustainable development. Peace be upon the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who has brought us from the darkness to the lightness of the knowledge and civilization. And through him, we understand how we should keep the balance of our life and how should we as humankind interact with the mother nature so that we can contribute for today's world and for the future of our children. I'm not going to take more time for the introduction. Let us begin our session by the first session of this conference, whereby we will have three distinguished speakers. And the first one is Professor Dr. Muqtadir Khan. He is the professor of the Political Science and International Relations from the University of Delaware, United States of America. And he will talk about on sustainable development in the age of disruption. And then we have the second keynote speaker, Professor Peter Charles Taylor from Murdoch University. And he will talk about transformative STEM education, developing student capabilities for solving global sustainable crisis. And finally, we have Professor Dr. Muhammad Yusri bin Ibrahim from University of Terengganu. And he will talk on the implication of election in Malaysia toward the relationship between Malaysia-Indonesia relation. I didn't see the Zoom. Bisa tolong itu Zoom-nya di apa? Di display kan? Ini kalau kayak gini kayak mana saya ngomong, nggak nampak profesornya.
I can see you, Professor. Can you hear me? I can see you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Welcome, Professor Peter, Professor Taylor.
No.
And also, I would like to welcome Professor Muqtadir and also Professor Yusri. And we are very happy and glad to have you all here, despite of very busy time, because despite of hectic time for research, but still have available time to join our conference. We have from 10 to 10? first speaker. Now we are at 10 now. So this session we start at 10 until what, 10:20? We start or what?
The first speaker has 20 minutes. Each speaker has 20 minutes on the panel.
Sampai jam berapa? Sampai jam berapa pertanyaannya? Okay. All right, we will start with Professor Muqtadir, who will present on the sustainable development in disruptive area. You will have 20 minutes for presentation. Please welcome Professor Muqtadir Khan.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu to all of you. And I begin in the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate, who is also the embodiment of peace and the embodiment of love. I want to thank Dr. Ratri Kandrasari for inviting me, and I want to also thank the deans and the president, the vice president, and the chairs and faculty of the university, so that I really want to appreciate the faculty of Malik Saleh in Aceh, Indonesia, for hosting this conference. And I think it is very interesting that you are having it at the same time that Bali is hosting the G20 summit. I want to begin by saying that because the nature of the conference is so broad, so you have people from various disciplines, not just social sciences, but also humanities, I have developed my presentation in broad strokes. So what I intend to do is talk to you about the future of sustainable development in this age of disruption that we live in. So I shall begin by talking about what is the disruption and what are the symptoms of disruption that we are experiencing today. And then I will try and talk about the sources and causes of this global disruption. And then finally, I will talk about the trends that we are going to see in the future, which hopefully will address these sources of disruption and then restore the world on the path to sustainable development. I also want to congratulate Indonesia as a country for the amazing progress that it has done in two areas. One in the area of economic development with a special focus on sustainable development. The Gini index, or the distribution of wealth, is, at least in Indonesia, better than the country that I live in today. I'm a US, I'm an American. It's much, much better than us. And also the country that I come from, which is India. So that is one very positive aspect of Indonesian development, that there is not much concentration of wealth, and the wealth distribution is not as desirable as we would think, but better than many countries. I also want to congratulate Indonesia for essentially debunking this myth that Islam and democracy are not compatible. So the growth of democracy, the growth of pluralism, the growth of religious tolerance in Indonesia continues to signal that there are interpretations of Islam which are compatible with modernity, compatible with democracy, compatible with pluralism and multi-religious societies. So on that score also, I would like to congratulate Indonesia. I was in Indonesia a couple of years ago. That's where I got this cap of mine. I bought it when I spoke at the Gajah Mada University 2 years ago. So let's begin by talking about these things. So I identify three types of symptoms of disruption in the world. The first is something that everybody is talking about: shortages due to supply chain disruptions. So we're looking at shortages of food, shortages of fertilizers, shortage of what we would call as energy, essentially, but fuel. So people talk in terms of 3 Fs: fuel, fertilizer, and food shortages. And what it is doing is for countries that are developing, the sudden disruption of essential supplies. If you don't have fertilizers, your agricultural industry will suffer. If you don't have food, then there is poverty. Suddenly, an experience of poverty, suffering, malnutrition, deaths, and also leading to other aspects of underdevelopment. It increases crime, etc. So the shortage of food is also extremely detrimental to society. Then the countries have to spend much more than they have budgeted on just basic needs of the society in buying food and trying to make sure that the population is not starving. So imagine that you are investing in, say, hydroelectric power or green energy, and suddenly you're confronted with a situation where your population is suffering from hunger all of a sudden because supply chains have been disrupted and you have restructured your economy in such a way because of globalization that you're now dependent on faraway countries on food supply. And then now you are spending a lot of money on food supply. So that means that the investments that you were trying to make, say, in green energy or hydroelectric energy is now diverted towards essentially meeting basic needs of food for the population. So this is one of the global symptoms. So it is being discussed quite seriously in Bali during the G20 summit as to how to ensure that these supplies are not disrupted. The supplies are not only disrupted, but there is also a kind of global inflation taking place. And as a result of the global inflation, even countries which may be able to have access to food, say from neighboring countries, may not be able to afford that. Food, fuel, and fertilizers, they may not be able to afford any of these things because of the high cost of doing that. And for those who are in the fortunate position of being able to produce this and are able to sell this on the market, may decide to sell them to faraway countries where they will be able to get more money. So inflation is also causing a disruption to supplies and also causing a disruption to developmental projects of developing countries. So it is very important to understand that these shortages that we are experiencing, especially in the area of energy and food, and fertilizer is part of it, is very, very critical. It should not be taken lightly. It could reverse the progress of economic development and growth of countries. The second thing that you see is population displacement. Population displacement. And population displacements are basically two types: international migration and domestic displacement inside, as a result of climate change, as a result of supply shortages, etc. So this is one of the biggest challenges going forward, because there are large migrations taking place. People going from North Africa to Europe, for example. You have seen people migrating across countries. So these are some of the challenges that are going to be causing lots of disruptions. And if you have large-scale migration, then it causes domestic upheaval. So for example, the large-scale migration from Middle East to Europe has in some ways triggered the rise of right-wing parties, triggered the rise of populist leaders who are undermining democracies. So what happens is, because of climate change, because of shortages of food, because of poor economic development, there is mass migration, and then this mass migration disrupts the host societies, which then become anti-immigration, xenophobic, Islamophobic, and so on. So the population displacements and internal migration are also one of the most important and perhaps a long-term source of disruption in countries' progress towards sustainable goals and to achieve sustainable development. Even wealthy countries may struggle to cope with it. For example, if you could take the case of Turkey, which had to host Syrian migrants and refugees. Remember, Pakistan had to host millions of refugees from Afghanistan, Rohingya refugees going across into Bangladesh. So these large number of refugees then have put stress on domestic economy and also disrupt the trajectory of these nations' development, especially if these are developing countries or low-income economies. And the third form of symptom of this global disruption is the sudden talk and recognition that perhaps we are seeing the end of the age of globalization. One of the consequences of the age of globalization, which is say from the 80s onwards till now, was the enormous, I mean, the world did become capitalistic. There were lots of billionaires that were produced. But if you just look at India and China, these two countries, you could argue that nearly 1 billion people have come out of poverty as a result of this globalization, essentially. So some countries have benefited significantly. I mean, it's unbelievable how rapid the development of East Asia and development of China, and now the rapid growth of India, which is now the fastest growing economy in the post-COVID era. But suddenly we are now facing a moment in history. It's an inflection point where the trends could reverse, including the trend of globalization. So we have this challenge of the COVID pandemic, we have the challenge of the war, and so on. And all of these causes of this disruption may reverse globalization, and therefore there is talk of deglobalization. So what will deglobalization do to those countries who are on the trajectory of development? What will it do to their goals of having sustainable development? The easiest way to understand sustainable development is basically that you have to keep in mind, can this be sustained over a period of time? Number one. Number two, does it do any damage to the climate? And if it is going to harm the climate in the process of developing the country, then we should find a way to develop the economy and the industry so that it does not continue to contribute to climate damage, but also find ways to develop which will not just not do damage to the climate, but also reverse the damage that has already been done to the climate. So now with deglobalization, what happens to that sustainable development agenda? These are the questions that emerge from the symptoms that I have identified. So what are the causes of these symptoms of disruption? I identified 3 causes, and there are 4, but I've clubbed the last 2 as one. Clearly, the disruption that you see in the world supply chains, the disruptions that you see in developmental trajectories is because of climate. The rapidly deteriorating situation of the climate and the climate change is causing lots of problems. It is causing economic development to be reversed. It is causing large-scale migration and displacement of people. And I talked already about what it does to societies. Societies from where people are migrating are suddenly losing human resources, may lose their best people, may lose their elite, their educated scientists, etc. And so there is a brain drain taking place from these societies. And then the societies which suddenly receive an unexpectedly large population are suddenly socially, culturally, and politically also disrupted and insecure. One of the consequences, for example, one of the reasons for Brexit, for Britain leaving the European Union, was the fear of mass migration, particularly of Muslims and Middle Eastern people coming to Britain. And so one way they thought they could stem mass migration to Britain was by getting out of European Union. So you could see how European Union was also disrupted by these changes that are taking place. The pandemic, the COVID pandemic, clearly indicated that it can have a terrific impact. Nearly 6.5 million people died. Many economies suffered sustained, you could argue, negative growth. There was recession in many countries. And the bad news is that the pandemics are probably going to become more and more frequent in the next few years. So we can anticipate a pandemic every 4 to 5 years. That is the forecast of epidemiologists and people who study pandemics and epidemics. So we feel that that is going to remain a source. So any sustainable developmental projects and planning that we do, we have to keep in mind, or at least factor in for a possible impact of pandemic. So for example, if you're launching a major development project, which is say a duration of 10 years, then anticipate that at least once your efforts will be disrupted by a pandemic. We were not prepared for what happened with COVID. Hopefully, countries that were not able to manage their situation well have learned from those countries which were able to manage. And one of the things that the pandemic, the COVID pandemic really emphasized was the need for cooperation between all countries, sharing of resources, sharing of scientific knowledge, and the rapid investment in scientific knowledge in order to do research, in order to deal with the new challenges that we face. So there is a need for more sustained and systematic cooperation in knowledge production across the world in order to preempt and deal with these pandemics. And the last two sources, which I've clubbed them in one, are war and shifts in the global order. So we have been enjoying a post-World War II liberal order for the last 75 plus years, a liberal order that promotes democracy, promotes trade, promotes free markets and free societies, led by the United States and its allies. Yes, some countries have suffered from this international order. The Palestinians, for example, have remained without freedom in an order which values freedom. So the order is not perfect, it is hypocritical. We saw the response to Ukraine was so different from Russia's brutalities in, say, Chechnya or Syria. So yes, the system is not perfect, but it has provided an opportunity where we have enjoyed more or less global peace with no major wars like World War I or World War II. And we also have seen, as I already mentioned, tremendous prosperity, especially in Asia, especially in your part of the world. The reason why Obama started talking to pivot to Asia is because of the tremendous growth of Asian economies. Right now, in the top 5 economies, you have 3 Asian economies, which is China, Japan, and India, at 2, 3, and 5th position. In less than 10 years, or not 10, but say by 2030 or 2040 for sure, Indonesia will be the 5th biggest economy. So you will have in the top 10 economies, nearly 6 Asian economies, including Indonesia, Vietnam, and South Korea. So the balance of global power, economic power, is already shifting towards Asia. But the decline of the liberal order means that there are potentiality for a lot of global geopolitical competition. And you heard President Biden's speech at G20. He stopped short of claiming that a new Cold War has begun between the US and China. And I just want to take 1 second aside and ask a question to people who are here as to why is Indonesia not part of the so-called Quad? You're part of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, but you're not part of the Quad. Why isn't a 5-pronged, given the importance of Indonesia, which is also a democracy? Because Indonesia is hedging its bets and recognizes that China is a very important player in the region, and so it is trying to stay in between the US and China, especially given China's huge investments in Indonesia. So it is possible that the new global order may go back to a Cold War-like situation where the world is divided into democracies and autocracies, where the West is leading a democratic part of the world and China is leading an autocratic part of the world. And so there is some kind of a geopolitical competition. That would be devastating. That would not only undermine all the gains of globalization, but it could cause wars on the peripheries of these two spheres and eventually lead to partition between East and West. Hopefully that will not happen. Both China and the United States, there will be wisdom that will prevail in both China and the United States. And we will see healthy competition in the area of economy and technology, but no military threats and no isolation of each other. So these are some of the challenges that I see are the sources of causing the disruptions that I was talking about. So how is the world going to deal with these challenges? So I submit to you that these are the three important trends that people in Asia in particular and rest of the world should pay attention to going forward, especially countries which are developing nations and which are focused on catching up with the developed world, who are interested in providing better quality of life to their citizens. And by better quality, I mean not just material, but political and cultural, provide them with freedoms to pursue their goals in lives, to define happiness as they choose, and also provide them with positive freedoms, which would mean that not only should they have the freedom to do what they want, but there should also be resources available to them to pursue those positive freedoms. So the three trends that I think are important, or with the last one, you will see it's not exactly like a trend, but it's an opportunity. The first one is called minilateralism. Minilateralism is the alternative to global multilateralism, which means that you're going to see small clusters of countries working together to pursue a shared either geopolitical goal or economic goal. So if you look at the Quad has only 4 countries in it: India, the US, Australia, and Japan. These are also 3 of the top 5 economies, and Australia is not far behind. These are democracies which are aligning against China in some way, but they are also working together to keep the entire Indo-Pacific region free from any hegemonic control by China, and therefore providing a public good to other Asian countries so that they can trade freely and interact freely. So this is one example of a small group of countries coming together to form a minilateralism. Another case is I2U2, another initiative in which it is India, Israel, United States, and United Arab Emirates. So on the East Asia side, you see the Quad. On the West Asia side, you see I2U2. There are other collaborative minilateralisms that you can see, especially in your region. You also see it is something smaller than ASEAN. For sure, ASEAN is a regional organization, and I suspect the regional organizations will also become more powerful than global organizations. But you can see AUKUS, another of such minilateralism. So I have a feeling that we will see the emergence of many minilateral initiatives which are focused on specific things. And that will be one way in which it will be an alternative to globalization, and it will also be an alternative to global governance based from the United Nations or World Bank. The second trend, which is going to become very important, is friendshoring. Friendshoring is the alternative to offshoring. So in the past, one of the things that globalization did was many rich and developed countries simply sent their manufacturing abroad, say to China, and then they sent their offices abroad, business operating procedures, etc., to say India and Philippines, etc. So what was happening was that they were using the free market mechanisms of the global economy to reduce the cost of labor, essentially, and the cost, and sometimes even to avoid complicated legal rules, which would force companies to pay greater attention and therefore spend more on environmental issues. So offshoring was happening. But now, for example, if there is tensions between the United States and China, then what happens to the supply chain? China has been for the last 20 years the factory for the world and factory for the United States. A lot of things that we use in the US, like the laptop that I'm using is made in China. So if we have some hostile relationship with China, what is going to happen to that supply chain? And so we need to find a place which is as inexpensive, as good as China, but someone who is a friend whom we can trust. So for example, the United States has shifted, the US company Apple has shifted the manufacturing of iPhone 14 from China to India. That is called friendshoring. In fact, Treasury Janet Yellen was in India 2 days ago before the beginning of the G20 summit to essentially promote offshoring, friendshoring in India and say that, look, one advantage of having close friends and allies is that rather than investing in countries just based on low cost, we will now invest in countries based on low cost, but also on reliability and friendship. So there is a new dimension to globalization. So what you might see is instead of seeing a global world, you are going to see clusters of friends globally who will be cooperating through minilateralism, who will be sharing economic benefits. And so there will be clusters of growth. So it's quite possible that some clusters may grow and other clusters may not grow. And those nations who are left out without friends may find it more and more difficult to pursue their developmental goals and even gain technologies to make sure that their development is sustainable. And so one example that I wanted to illustrate is the emergence of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, which is challenged by the Belt and Road Initiative of China. So if you join the Belt and Road Initiative, then yes, you're part of that culture and you can experience friendshoring. If China sees you as a friend, then China will be investing in you. And so you will be tied with that investment, not just through mutual interdependence, but also the assumption that you are friends and sort of quasi-allies. It could even turn into security arrangements later. So these are the trends that I think we are moving towards: minilateralism, friendshoring, and Indo-Pacific. I am aware of the time, Chairperson, so I'm going to now go to my last slide. But before I go to my last slide, I want to take a small commercial break and introduce your audience to a book called Islam in Good Governance that I wrote. I would like your friends and students and faculty to Google it and read it. And there are many videos about it, many talks that I have given, including in Indonesia, on issues of Islam and good governance, where I discuss most of these issues that I'm talking about today. So finally, if you look at these are the sustainable development goals that the United Nations has identified, I feel that given the disruption that is taking place in the world today, countries will have to consolidate those goals, come down from 17 to maybe 5, prioritize them, and rethink how they will achieve these goals in the new global context. So instead of saying that I will work with the UN to achieve these goals, I will work with 3 or 4 allies who are nearby, whom I can trust. And if I develop supply chain dependence with them, they will not be disrupted. So you will have to rethink your developmental goals and how you plan to achieve them in the context of the new global realities and the new global trends that I have identified. So I am extremely grateful once again to Malikus Saleh University for inviting me to share my views. I hope you find them interesting, and if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much to Professor Muqtada Khan. Professor Muqtada Khan is a full professor in Negeri University from 2016 until now, and we are lucky to have him to have presented his paper on the sustainable development in the age of disruption. Let me translate few points that you have presented, Professor.
Sure.
All right. Jadi Profesor Muqtada, beliau berbicara tentang sustainable development, yaitu pembangunan berkelanjutan di era disrupsi, di mana beliau mengembangkan ada beberapa asumsi dasar, yaitu simptom penyebab terjadinya disrupsi. Di antaranya ada 3 penyebab disrupsi, yaitu gangguan ini. Yang pertama adalah shortage, ya, kekurangan suplai makanan. Nah, suplai makanan ini dikarenakan terganggunya rantai suplai penyediaan itu. Nah, kemudian yang kedua, ya, populasi displacement and international migration. Ini terjadinya gangguan terhadap populasi dunia, di mana ramai orang yang terpaksa meninggalkan tempat tinggalnya, bahkan harus melakukan migrasi, ya, secara internasional, seperti kejadian perhaps the example could be take like Syrian to Europe here, to Europe and to Turkey. Is it possible, Prof, like that?
Mm-hmm.
The international migration.
Yeah, refugees also.
Kemudian ada lagi disruption itu dengan talk of deglobalization. Mulainya satu pembicaraan tentang kalau seandainya kita selama ini masih berpikir globalization itu menjadi isu yang sangat penting dalam politik internasional, ternyata sekarang sudah mulai muncul lagi diskursus tentang deglobalization. Ya, deglobalization makna dia mungkin tren ke depan politik internasional itu akan kembali kepada localized. Is it possible like that, Prof? You mean? Local politics, regionalized.
Yes, I'm saying that the things that kept globalization going, international finance agreements, all of them are breaking down. So we have to think of deglobalization. The bridges that we built legally and otherwise are breaking. Like SWIFT, for example, people now don't want to trade in dollars. They are looking for non-dollar trades. That is an example of deglobalization.
All right, Prof. Thank you. And then kemudian Prof. Muqtadir juga ada menunjuk mempresentasikan Bejo. Perlu. Aduh. Kemudian Profesor Muqtadir juga menjelaskan sumber dari terjadinya disrupsi itu, ya, global disruption, the source of global disruption. Ini diantaranya adalah dikarenakan terjadinya climate, yaitu climate change, iklim, perubahan iklim, kemudian terjadinya pandemik, dan juga dikarenakan peperangan dan bergesernya sistem politik dunia. Prof, I would like to reaffirm that this climate is climate change because of the pollution, everything.
Yep.
Environmental disruption, of course.
Exactly.
Jadi beliau berasumsi bahwa terputusnya sumber pangan dan pakan semuanya itu dikarenakan terjadinya polusi yang diakibatkan oleh polusi yang secara merajalela. Sehingga suplai makanan pun bermasalah. Nah, kemudian terjadi pandemik. Ya, perhaps the case of COVID and globalized disease, perhaps, is it?
Yes, it's like COVID.
Disease that is transmitted globally. Kemudian beliau juga mengatakan di sini salah satu akibat daripada disrupsi ini adalah peperangan yang terjadi di sebagian daripada dunia dan terjadinya perubahan
pergeseran sistem politik dunia. Kalau misalnya dulu sistem politik dunia didominasi oleh Amerika, mungkin sekarang Cina sudah mulai bangkit, dan kemudian beliau juga menyebutkan the rise of Russia, ya. Ini itu telah mengakibatkan lahirnya terjadinya shift in the global order, terjadinya pergeseran dari sistem politik dunia. Nah, kemudian beliau juga memprediksi bahwa tren ke depan, ya, tren ke depan kalau seandainya sebelumnya ini kita melihat terjadinya multilateralism, ya, di mana Amerika terus world power akan terus mendominasi di dunia internasional, akan tetapi ini ada tren baru di mana akan terjadi minilateralism. Minilateralism. Jadi tadi yang tadi multilateralism semuanya itu sekarang sudah mini. Jadi sudah mulai destruktif, ya. Regional, mulai bekerja sama dua negara, 3 negara lagi. Jadi enggak lagi. Jadi dari globalisasi ke deglobalisasi, kembali ke localize, ya, ke regionalize. Kemudian dari multilateral menjadi minilateral. Baik, sebentar. Ini oke, good. Alright. Kemudian ada lagi tren baru friendshoring, ya. Kemudian ada lagi Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. Ini udah Quad Breed dan semuanya. Nah, beliau mengusulkan, ya, bahwa untuk menghadapi tren-tren baru ini, maka negara-negara seperti Indonesia itu harus melakukan konsolidasi, prioritize dari segi produksi dan teknologi itu kan. Kemudian rethink in the new global context. Jadi harus melakukan tinjauan ulang kebijakan luar negeri dan dalam negeri sebuah negara. Mungkin ini yang dapat saya summary, ya, apa yang sudah dipresentasikan oleh Profesor Muqtadir. Professor Muqtadir, we have one question from the chat.
Okay.
Let me read. Let me read. I'm Mursalin, a lecturer from the Faculty of Education, Malikus Saleh. I want to ask Professor Muqtadir, after we have heard your explanation regarding the sources of global disruption, what step do you think the world should take, especially the intellectual world, who are active in the field of education like us today, to overcome or reduce the sources of global threat? In your opinion, do state policy makers need to take concrete steps such as overcoming the COVID pandemic as example? You get the question, Prof?
Yeah. Yes. True.
Professor?
I've understood the question. So yes,
The microphone is not in.
1 second. Can you hear me now? Hello?
Your microphone, Prof.
Can you hear me? Is it working?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Yeah, so the professor's question really is, what is the role of intellectuals and academics while facing these challenges which are happening out there? So I'm demonstrating one of them, which is to provide an understanding of what the world is like and what are the changes that is taking place in the world and how should we proceed. Now, I have stopped short of specific policy recommendations because I'm not as familiar with the Indonesian political circumstances to give recommendations to Indonesia. But if I was addressing the government and the societies that I'm more familiar with, such as the US or India for that matter, then I can make specific recommendations. So for example, for India, I would recommend that they become part of Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. For Indonesia, given the huge amounts of investments you're getting in China, you have to find a way of using minilateralism in many ways. So you can collaborate with say Japan and South Korea and Australia on some issues, and then you can collaborate with, say, China and Vietnam on some issues. Then you can also collaborate with Australia and the US on some issues. So you can develop your own network of multilateralism. For example, to deal with pandemics, one of the countries that you could find great partnership is with India, which is rapidly becoming the global pharmacy. So one of the things, a role that academics can play is by continuously evaluating the nature of changes in the global order and nature of changes in world politics and advising their government. So I would recommend that your universities, etc., should produce more and more policy journals which will advise the government and in which also start this system where professors who do research on specific things like national policy, on economic policy, on global policy and international relations, occasionally spend 2 years in the government advising, say, the president, the vice president on policy making. So I think if you can bridge the gap between bureaucrats who make policy for the country and academics who do research, then you can have knowledge-based policy making. That is the key. Knowledge-based, you have knowledge-based economy, you should have knowledge-based policy making. And I think that is very, very critical. And you have to be flexible and quick because the world is going to be changing faster and faster with these new systems, especially if the global order becomes less stable, then there will be more changes happening in the system than before. So you have to be able to adapt much faster. So there has to be a lot more collaboration between intellectuals and academia and the policymakers. I hope that helps.
Jadi jawaban dari Profesor Muqtadir ya tentang apa yang bisa dilakukan oleh dunia akademik, kemudian apa yang bisa dibuat oleh negara tentang kebijakan berhubungan dengan disruptif global ini. Beliau mengatakan bahwa Indonesia itu harus mulai mengintegrasikan antara pemerintahan dengan akademik. The integration between there will be a cooperation between academic and intellectual and the policy makers, Prof.
Yep.
The government. Jadi semua kebijakan internasional yang dibuat, kebijakan luar negeri yang dibuat oleh negara, apakah itu kebijakan ekonomi, kebijakan politik, itu harus berdasarkan kepada knowledge base, yaitu berdasarkan kepada kajian-kajian akademik, naskah-naskah akademik. Nah ini dia. Jadi kalau seandainya ini tidak didukung oleh naskah akademik, maka nanti susah bagi negara Indonesia untuk bisa beradaptasi. It is very difficult for the country to adapt with the what called perpetuous change in the global politics. That's what I get from your explanation, Prof.
Yes, I'm saying that if the system becomes weak, the global structure, then the changes will happen more faster than before. And so you have to change fast to the new structures. And so people who are studying the international system or the international economy, the academics and intellectuals and think tank people should be able to immediately advise the government and make sure that the policies also adjust to the changes in the system. That's why you need very close collaboration. And that's why I'm recommending that all academics, especially those who are in political science, international relations, economics, should spend 1 or 2 years in the government every, say, 10 years as advisors. They should go into the government so they can also learn about the challenges that governments face in executing policy, and academics can also provide input for making policy.
I see, thank you. Jadi ini ditunjukkan bahwa graduate pada politics, ekonomi, ya, ini memang berperan penting dalam global change yang begitu cepat, ya, sehingga negara harus bisa beradaptasi begitu cepat terhadap perubahan yang begitu cepat yang kita hadapi sekarang ini. Kemudian salah satu daripada yang disebutkan beliau Indonesia sebenarnya harus sudah mulai mempercepat lagi minilateralnya antara Indonesia dengan Malaysia, dengan Singapura, ya, ataupun dengan Cina. Ini harus diperkuat lagi sehingga terjadi cooperation antara negara-negara tersebut. Ada pertanyaan lagi? Any question anymore to Professor Muqtadir? All right, Professor, we hold on for a while. We will give a chance for Professor Taylor to present his paper. And while we are waiting for the further question from the audience, inshallah. So without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Peter. Professor Peter, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, after a year we meet again.
Yes, indeed. Hi, pleased to meet you again.
We're very happy to see you back.
Thank you very much.
Actually, we are expecting you to come back with us in person, you know.
I'd love to.
we should get us some time, perhaps in next year, for special session with you in person, of course. Not to.
I would love to. Just say this. Give me the invitation. I'll be there.
Of course, yeah. All right.
I'm hearing all that. I can hear that.
Yeah, I would like Professor Muqtadir to come back. You see how he appreciates us with his patchy.
Yeah. Yes.
You look lovely on that patchy.
Thank you.
All right, Prof. I'm not going to take more time. I'm not going to read your long CVs here.
Oh, please.
We congratulate you for the achievement, of course. The same with Professor Muqtadir, who have achieved a lot, who has contributed a lot for his country and United States of America, of course. And for now, we listen to the presentation of Professor Peter Charles Taylor on the transformative STEM education, developing student capabilities for resolving global certain crises. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me just share my screen, and hopefully you can see that.
Yes.
Good, and now I'll start the slideshow. Okay, are we right to go?
All right, it's okay. Yeah, we can see now.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. So the title of my talk this morning is Transformative STEAM Educators Developing Students' Capabilities for Resolving Global Sustainability Crises. So I think you'll find there's a lot in common with Professor Khan's talk. I'm going to be focusing on the educational aspects of creating a solution. And you'll notice that STEAM has got a red A in it. So S is science, T is technology, E is engineering, and M is mathematics, commonly called STEM. What we have done is added the arts, so that this is giving us extra tools, powerful educational tools for finding ways and means of engaging students in education for sustainability. So as you can see there, I'm the chair of the International Transformative Education Research Network. We have members in many countries across Indonesia, Nepal, Southern Africa, the Philippines, and so on. And it's a very exciting and rapidly growing. We've just had a 3-day conference, international conference in Nepal. So here we are today in what is commonly called the Industrial Revolution 4.0, which many people call the digital era. And it's kind of a very exciting era to be in. You know, my first degree was in physics, majored in physics, and so I have a great attraction to technological developments. And as you can see here, there's a little summary of some of the leading technological developments that is benefiting humankind. Now, having said that, I also have to issue a warning, because we now have the tools of our own destruction. We have tools that are massively powerful, and we have lifestyles that are probably not going to be very helpful for the future of life on Earth or the planet itself. So having said that the Industrial Revolution 4.0 has ushered in this technological revolution, it has also ushered in something called the Anthropocene era. Now, anthropo is to do with anthropology, it's to do with people and culture. So what we have now is a problem, a big, big problem. Now, Professor Khan mentioned a few of the problems, such as climate change. And here's a quote from a paper by these authors in 2011. The human footprint on the global environment has now become so large and active that it rivals some of the great forces of nature in its impact on the functioning of the Earth system. In other words, we now are using those wonderful tools of technology and science to, in fact, impact the atmosphere, the oceans, and the land in ways that are detrimental to the future of humanity. There's a visual metaphor there of a footprint on the planet, and that's a visual metaphor just to alert us to the fact that we tread very heavily on the planet's surface. A couple of images on the right demonstrate some of the problems, and I'm going to talk about some of those in just a moment. So what we've now been able to do in the last, 200 years, but particularly in the last 50 years, is to create environmental sustainability crises. And I've outlined 4 here. The first one is climate change, as Professor Khan mentioned, the report from the International Panel on Climate Change Scientists. We have huge problems with plastic pollution of our rivers and the oceans because the rivers flow into the oceans. We have a huge loss of biodiversity. Biodiversity is something that I'll outline in just a moment. This is largely because of the globalization and the global marketing that we're now, supposedly enjoying, but perhaps not. And the fourth crisis is the crisis of cultural diversity. We are losing cultures rapidly. Australia is at the forefront of losing Indigenous cultures and languages. Now, I haven't got time to dig into each one of these, but I'll just mention 2 in particular. We could add the pandemic to this as well, by the way. So the World Economic Forum report in 2016 states that each year, at least 8 million tons of plastics leak into the ocean. Just get that again, 8 million tons. And that's the equivalent of dumping the contents of that garbage truck into the ocean every 60 seconds. I think it's a fairly horrific statistic. So the ocean is expected to contain a ton of plastic for every 3 tons of fish by 2025, and that's only a couple of years away. And by the middle of this century, more plastics in the ocean than fish by weight if we continue with the current trajectory. So the impact is profound on the wildlife in particular. One of the problems that we have in Australia is the seabirds off the northeast coast of Australia. They go out into the ocean to feed, and they come and they see little bits of plastic floating around, and they mistake them for fish. So they eat them and swallow them, go back to their nests on the land, feed their chicks. Their chicks end up with stomachs full of plastics and die. So that's a dire situation. We've kind of done this according to scientific perspective on evolution. We've come from the ocean. We've reached a pinnacle of humankind, and this is something that we're now doing to the detriment of where we actually came from. We're now rubbishing the very planet that's given us life on Earth. Biodiversity loss crisis. The Living Planet report just released. Every few years it releases an update, but this is the latest one. Came out last month from the World Wildlife Fund. This again is a fairly shocking statistic. Since 1970, there's been a recorded decline in wildlife across the world of 69%. Just wildlife living in natural surroundings, ecosystems, over 2/3 decline in the abundance of wildlife. Why? Well, the main drivers are clearing the land for agriculture, overfishing, over-harvesting the oceans with our incredible technologies that we now have for fishing, and forestry, of course, clearing the forests for economic purposes. So those are the 3 main drivers. And if we continue with them at this rate, there'll be no natural forests left. There'll be no wildlife left. We'll have to look at them in zoos, and there'll be no fish in the ocean to support coastal communities. So what we're heading towards is what's called the 6th mass extinction. There's a book here by Elizabeth Colbert, which is a salutary reading. Now, closer to home for you guys there up in Aceh, we have this, again, a terrible statistic about one of your beautiful natural creatures called the Tapanuli orangutan. You can see there in the map of Sumatra, the little orange area there, that's its natural domain. That's where it's found in the wild, in forests. However, in 2021, scientists surveying the population of these lovely orangutans have found that their natural range, their forests, have reduced down to 2.5% of the original scope of those forests because of similar reasons to the ones I mentioned: deforestation, agriculture, illegal logging, and the economic imperative, basically, so people live their lives and survive locally. So this is now one of the most threatened of the great apes worldwide, and at the current rate of extinction, this species will be lost very, very soon. So you can see that we have these massive global, and by the way, this is just one example of many species across the planet. Australia is just as bad. In fact, you know, we have this terrible record of cutting down all of our forests and threatening the future of our own wildlife, such as the koala bear, a leading iconic specimen, what it means to be an Australian animal. However, there's not all doom and gloom. In the same report, there's this concept called nature positive vision and values. So if we're going to say, how do we solve the problems that we're facing, we have to take a more optimistic view and look at the possibilities for the future. And that's what this report promotes. And it states that we need an inclusive whole of society approach that empowers each of us to act. It recognizes the plurality of values and knowledge systems that can put us on a more sustainable path. And it ensures that the costs and benefits from our actions are socially just and equitably shared. Now, those last couple of concepts, social justice and equity, they point to a really central concept here called ethical values. And that is the heart of what I want to talk to you about this morning, about the importance of strengthening our ethical values if we are going to turn the tide on the current environmental crises and move towards a more sustainable existence on this planet. Now, one of the reasons often that we'll say, oh, you know, how can you do anything because the global marketplace is so dominant and economics is the leading cause of lack of sustainability? Well, I was really pleased that this chap, Klaus Schwab, who's the director of the World Economic Forum, in 2017 produced a book called The Fourth Industrial Revolution, in which he says, as knowledge and discoveries progress, our focus and commitment to having ongoing moral and ethical discussions is critical. And then last year, he released a second book called Stakeholder Capitalism, a global economy that works for progress, people, and the planet, in which he says, we need a society, economy, and international community that is designed to care for all people and the entire planet. So what he's arguing here is that if you have, you know, a big company, board of directors, they're sitting around a big table, one of those seats around that table needs to be occupied by the environment. The environment needs an equal say to those around the table arguing in how they can increase the profit margin of their company. And what Schwab draws on are the sustainable goals, 17 sustainable goals. Sustainable development. This has become a matter of great concern, and the United Nations produced a report called the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Drawing on the Sustainable Development Goals again, it articulates three principles that need to be followed. Firstly, we have to be attendant to the well-being of humanity and the planet. So not just making our lives better, but ensuring the sustainability, the well-being of the planet itself, our support system. We need an intergenerational commitment. In other words, we need to be thinking about the legacy that we're leaving to our children and our grandchildren and so on into the future. We can't just consume the earth for our own selfish needs. We need to be ensuring sustainable development for the future generations. And this requires a moral imperative. So here again is where ethical values come into the foreground. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, based in Europe, released a report called The Future of Education and Skills 2030, a Learning Compass. So they set out a plan for designing education for sustainable development. And here's a quote: students who have the capacity to take responsibility for their actions have a strong moral compass, which points them in the right direction, and that allows for considered reflection, working with others, and respecting the planet. So at the heart of this strategy for education for sustainable development, again, is ethical and moral values. My colleague, Professor Glenn Albrecht from over in Sydney, articulated something that he calls the Symbiocene era. So I introduced the Anthropocene era, the era where we've got this massive footprint and we're destroying the planet's natural systems. Well, Professor Albrecht argues that we need to replace it with what he calls the Symbiocene era. And there are 4 principles that he articulates. One is mutuality, the principle of mutuality. We need to be aware of, consciously aware of, and work towards living together for mutual benefit with everybody, particularly those who are culturally different. We need to find means of rapprochement. We need to find means of mutual tolerance. We need to understand and respect the culturally different other. And that applies to all sorts of faith traditions. The principle of ecology. We need to recognize that there's an interconnectedness of all living things. We're not just talking about human beings here. Everything that is living on the planet, the animals and the plants, in many people's views, are living things. So there's an interconnectedness. We don't live objectively separate from nature. We are part of nature, and nature is part of us. We are all interconnected. We can't live without the other. Ethics, the principle of ethics, one of natural justice. Ecosystems survive and reproduce if there is cooperation amongst all those living beings within the ecosystems. Yes, there is conflict. I mean, animals kill and eat each other. We kill and eat animals and so on. But cooperation must be paramount over conflict. And the third principle is one which I take to my heart. It's called biophilia. Philia means love. So it's the love of life forms. If we commit to loving something, then we're more likely to want to protect it and preserve it and ensure its sustainability in the future. And I'll just demonstrate to you something about my own personal stakeholders. Here's a little picture of myself and my daughter trekking in the Himalayas just a couple of years ago, where we enjoyed the natural beauty and the local culture. Such a beautiful mix. So this is a really good example of engaging in biophilia, reaching out to the natural world, which is all around you. And when I visited Loksamawe, you know, the natural world was just a short drive away. You have a lovely place there. The whole of Indonesia is full of beautiful cultures and landscapes. And this is a photograph that was taken just last week. My grandson, I'm helping to raise him with a similar view of the love of nature and the natural world. So, a professional challenge for teachers and teacher educators, those who are preparing new teachers to go out into schools. And I'm talking also here about lecturers and professors working in universities. How can STEM educators, and you may not be a STEM educator, but you're going to argue that you should be working with STEM educators, transform the standard model of teaching and learning to help develop students' ethical citizenship values for sustainable development. So this is a really important professional challenge. You know, we only have a few years left before the changes, the impact on the Earth's natural systems get out of our control. They're called tipping points. And we've been told that we need to reduce the global average temperature by 1.5 degrees by the middle of this century. And we look already at like we're going to surpass that and move more towards 2 degrees centigrade average increase. So coming back to the standard model of teaching and learning, this was my experience when I was a university student, and one which I began to use when I started teaching in high schools. So here we have the lecturer or the teacher, we have a captive audience, there's the natural world out there, for those who teach science and technology and so on, as I once did. And the focus of the teaching is outwards. It's sit there quietly and take all my lecture notes about the world out there beyond you. There's no room for your subjectivity. It's all about being objective about the world, understanding its objects, systems, and patterns. So we develop here objective knowledge, skills, and values. And that's a classic model of the standard model for STEM education, one in which I was raised in and participated in until I eventually saw the light. Now, I'm not decrying this. This is very important. We need to do more. And by more, I'm talking about the transformative model that we've developed over the last 10 or 15 years. So we need to recognize that our students are people and they have very rich lives, and that we have a responsibility for engaging in their personal development, not just about the outer world, but the inner worlds as well. As educators, as transformative educators who are interested and committed towards sustainable development, we need to be able to factor into our teaching and their learning, their experiences, their sense of connectedness to each other and to the natural world. We need to help develop their ethical values that I've just been talking about. We need to give them a sense of aesthetics, that's biophilia, the sense of beauty, the love and beauty of the natural world, and of course to engage them in creativity to be able to go beyond what is currently known to find solutions to wicked problems of chaos that we find ourselves in as we move into this period of paradigm change. So we're talking here about developing students' objectivity and their subjectivities, and this is called holistic knowledge, where we develop their values, not just their objective values of science, but their ethical and moral values as well. So transformative learning, very briefly, here's a little a couple of images that might help to explain it. Each of us is framed by a worldview, which parents help to do, and then the schools help to do, and so on and so on. This indicates that we can actually look beyond our framework, not necessarily reject them, but look beyond our frameworks to recognize that there are other frameworks in the world, and we need to be able to understand those other frameworks, particularly if we're going to be cooperating rather than in conflict. So the scholarship of transformative learning is quite profound. It goes way back through the 20th. Here are just a handful of the scholars that have influenced our development of transformative learning models. I work closely with my colleagues in Nepal. They have scholars that they draw as well from their own wisdom traditions of Hinduism and Buddhism. I have scholars who, I have colleagues who I work with in Saudi Arabia and in Indonesia, and they draw on their Islamic wisdom traditions as well. So although I'm showing you these W for Western, there are a host of other sources of scholarship for transformative learning. This little book up in the right-hand corner is one that we've published just this year. And in this book, you'll find a deeper explanation of everything that I'm saying this morning, including the following 5 transformative learning capabilities. So these are capabilities that we think are absolutely essential to developing students' ethical values and in relation to sustainable development. So the first one is to understand one's cultural self-knowing, to understand the framework that one has been raised in, educated in, and to look at the underpinning premises of that. You know, why do we have particular habits of mind? Why do we act almost automatically thinking? This is about reflecting, looking into the mirror and saying, who am I? You know, what are my cultural, what is my framework? And why is that the case? And not rejecting it, but understanding it more deeply, particularly in relation to other people's frameworks. And that's where relational knowing comes in. Understanding the frameworks, the way in which our culturally different folks have been framed in their education systems and by their wisdom traditions. It's also about connecting with the natural world that I mentioned earlier. So connecting in 2 ways, one with people and the other one with the natural world. The third one is critical social knowing. And this is about understanding what is the source of the problems that have given rise to all those environmental crises. You know, whose interests are being best served? Are they economic interests? Are there moral interests? Are there ethical interests? What's the source of those problems? Are they within other frameworks, economic frameworks in particular, that we've had operating for the last couple of hundred years? So critical social knowing is about reflecting critically on what's driving us as cultural beings, our institutions, and our relationships with each other. But we can't stop there. We need to go beyond critique. Many people get stuck in critique, and that's understandable, because what they lack is the opportunity to develop a vision of ethical valuing. So this takes two parts. One is imagining what the world could be like. How could it be different? This is about dreaming. It's about imagining the future. And this is a very important role for educators working with students, helping them not just get stuck in critique and pessimism and despair, but taking them into blue sky thinking. So the first step is use your imagination. What could it be like? What would you like it to be like? And the second step is a commitment, which is how should it be? What's the right set of values for ensuring sustainable development? And then when we go beyond armchair theorizing and thinking, we've got practical knowing, putting all this into action. Now, I apologize for the speed at which I've gone through this, but that book that you can see in the top corner there, which was published last month, is now available, and it contains a lot of very compelling practical examples by educators. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that in just a moment. So talking about that professional challenge that I said earlier, we have STEM education, the outer world focus, and we have now these new set of transformative learning capabilities. And I've just outlined those 5, developing students in a world. So now we have the challenge. How do we operate in that space, in that intersection between the standard model of education and the transformative model of education? So I've drawn on the arts to add to STEM education to create what's called STEAM education. And by the arts, I'm talking about literary arts, visual arts, and the performing arts, because from each one of those domains of the arts, we're able to develop student creativity, their aesthetics, their ethics, and their rhetoric, which is, in other words, their means of communication. Now, if we're educating new teachers to go out into schools, they really do need powerful means of communication. That is, the rhetoric that they will employ to persuade students to engage in those and develop those 5 transformative learning capabilities. So by the arts, there's a rich array of arts across the world. Every wisdom tradition, every culture has a very rich example of traditional art forms. By the arts, I'm not just talking about like dance and singing. There's a whole range of different forms of the arts that we can draw upon to bring into our teaching practice to engage students in understanding culturally different others, their own cultures, to engage with nature. And I'll give you just a couple of brief examples. There are 16 chapters in our book, and I'll draw on 2 of them in just a moment. So I thought this is worth reflecting on just for a tick. Art is not always about pretty things. It's about who we are, what happened to us, and how our lives are affected. So the arts are fundamental to our sense of identity and expression and communication and our creativity. I love this one as well. Before children speak, they sing. Before they write, they paint. As soon as they stand, they dance. Art is the basis of human expression. And I've raised children, and I'm currently raising a grandson who's 2 years old, and I saw all of that is part of what he is. So back to our book, co-edited with Dr. Lily Taylor at ECU, Edith Cowan University here in Perth. The book is called Transformative STEAM Education for Sustainable Development, International Perspectives and Practices. There's the link down the bottom. It's available as an ebook, and it contains many, many practical examples of education in this transformative education of the elementary, secondary, pre-service, in-service and postgraduate levels. written by practitioners from Australia, from Indonesia, from Thailand, Hong Kong, Nepal, and the Philippines. So a whole range of cultures and wisdom traditions on display as you go through this book. The first couple of the chapters are the theory side. That's what I've been drawing on today to talk to you about this matter. The rest of the chapters, maybe 14 of them, are really compelling practical examples of how transformative educators are putting into practice in their own classrooms this approach to transformative STEAM education for sustainable development.
Excuse me, Prof. Taylor.
Yes,
if
yes.
you could please short it the presentation. We are going to have for the third speaker, inshallah.
Good. Okay. So 2 examples. One is from
5
Thailand.
minutes is okay?
Yep, absolutely. One is from Thailand. It's chapter 15 in the book. This young lady up in the top left-hand corner doing her PhD at Konkan University. That's her supervisor, Dr. Chokcha Yunyong. And she developed a particular approach to teaching about the ethical problems of plastic. She loves chemistry teaching. She developed a story. And in the story, it was based in the local culture. So she taught about polymers, plastics objectively, and she engaged her students in something called ethical dilemma story. And stories can be very powerful art forms for engaging other people in reflecting, in developing those transformative learning capabilities. So at the end of the day, she wrote up her PhD thesis, and it was a very successful example of how you would engage with students in science and develop those transformative learning capabilities. And the second example is closer to home for everybody here today. That's from UNISA in Surabaya, Dr. Neni Mariana, primary maths educator, and her master's student, Tricia. Tricia has been a cultural dancer all her life, and she was training to be a primary school teacher, but she disliked mathematics intensely. So the challenge here for her supervisor, well, how can I help Tricia develop a love of mathematics? And so she persuaded her to look at the dance that she engages in and analyze it mathematically. And see down the bottom here, just a couple of examples of the geometry of the dance form that the students engage in. So with her master's research project, she did a very deep analysis of the mathematics of dance and how she could use those mathematics to teach dance, and how she could teach dance in order to teach mathematics. So the two go hand in hand. So as I said, there's another at least 12 examples of putting this into practice. So let me conclude. The earth without art, if you can see the word earth, take the word art out, and what are you left with? Something pretty unimpressive. I'll leave you with this final thought. This is from the Earth Charter, which is available online. The choice is ours to form a global partnership to care for the earth and one another, or risk the destruction of ourselves and the diversity of life. Okay, it's our choice. Fundamental changes are needed in our values, our ethical values, our institutions, and our ways of living. We can't continue with how things are at the moment. We must realise when basic needs have been met, development is primarily about being more, that is, being a better person, being more fully human, not simply having more, which is a materialistic view of the world, which has led to overconsumption of the Earth's natural resources to the extent that we need another planet in order to sustain our current lifestyles. So, thank you and terima kasih. I'll hand back to the moderator now.
Thank you, Professor Taylor. Jadi Profesor Taylor sudah menjelaskan tentang lanjutan daripada disruptif yang sudah didiskusikan oleh Pak Profesor Muqtadir. Ya, memang dia berhubungan dengan climate change. Namun dalam pembahasan Profesor Taylor, beliau mengajak kita untuk bisa mengintegrasikan ilmu sains, teknologi, dan matematika itu dengan art, sehingga lahirlah sebuah konsep STEM. Ya, jadi yang terjadi selama ini adalah pendidikan itu lebih fokus pada sains, teknologi, math, artnya hilang, sehingga melahirkan orang-orang yang hanya bisa memproduksi yang melampaui batas sehingga terjadilah polusi melalui plastik, ya semuanya lah ini, sehingga terjadi disrupsi, ya. Nah, jadi dilahirkan satu konsep STEM di mana kita harus mulai mengajar, ya, pendidikan itu harus diintegrasikan antara bagaimana kita mengajar matematika tapi di situ ada seni, di mana kita mengajar teknik di situ ada seni, di mana kita mengajar informasi, ya, informatika tapi di situ ada seni. Jadi tidak boleh terbatas dari seni. The art is the essence of the knowledge itself. I think that's why I get from what has been presented. Is it prof like that?
Yeah, it is indeed. Science typically is taught as though it's value neutral, as though there are no values, but in fact there are. These are values of objectivity, which alienate us from our inner nature.
I see. Okay. All right. While we are waiting for the question from the participant, we would like to invite Professor Dr. Muhammad Yusri bin Ibrahim. Yeah, he is the professor in communication, University of Terengganu, Malaysia, and he will present on the 5th General Election, New Hope for Malaysia and Significant for Malaysia-Indonesia relation, inshallah. So I would like to invite Professor Muhammad Yusri, and then we tried, inshallah, we'll try to correlate between what has been presented by Professor Muqtadir and then Professor Taylor on education and STEM, and also will how it is relates with the new hope for leadership in Malaysia and Indonesia, inshallah. Thank you. We would like to call upon Professor Muhammad Yusri. You have the floor, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good afternoon. Many thanks to Bapak Moderator, honorable to keynote speakers, board of Unimal Management, conference community, all the respective participants, and also I saw a lot of students here. Okay, my topic today is 15th general election and new hopes for Malaysia and its significance for Malaysia and Indonesia relationship. First of all, I'm very sorry, I very regret because not been there, because in Malaysia we will face 15th general election in a few days for this Saturday actually. 19th of November. Why I chose this topic? Because democracy for politics and election is very close to our theme today, sustainable development. Because of politics, democracy is the mother of the sustainable development goal that created by United Nations before. Okay, I will share this perspective based on few my field studies. The latest, the first one is our team run research about the people acceptance of Malaysia and government and implementation to implementation of Keluarga Malaysia that done from the October to November this year, and involve 1,200 participants. The second one, we run a survey about the understanding people's hope towards Malaysia 15th general election, done the August to September 2022, involve 1,600 participants. The third one is research about the people perspective toward Datuk Sri Ismail Sabri, our Prime Minister, run on June to September 2022, involve almost 1,700 participants. And then the fourth one is research about the institution reform in Malaysia, sentiment and perspective of Malay Muslim community. I will run this study from the April to June 2021, involve 1,355 participants. And then after 14 general election, we have a few state election, for example, Sabah, Melaka, and Johor, and our team also collect data from that. And then we also run several by-election, and our team go to feed for Cameron Highlands, Menyih, Rantau, Tanjung Piai, Kimanis, and Chini and Slim by-election. So my perspective today, just conclusion or themes from the this survey, fit study about the sentiment of voting sentiment, voting tendency, and so on about the Malaysian 15th generation. We will come in few days after this. Right now, Malaysia actually we facing three main issues, three big main issues. First one is public health due to COVID-19. We just transferred from the pandemic phase to endemic phase, but the effect from the COVID-19 still be a big problem for Malaysia actually. Second one, Malaysia facing the issues of uncertainty economic condition, just discussed by two keynote speakers before. Economic condition because due to global issues, a lot of global issues, especially war between Russia and Ukraine right now, and effect to the political issue in Europe, US, and so on. And then the third one is we face unstable political environment post 14th general election, because after 14th general election in Malaysia on 2018, we already have three government after that. In 4 years, we have three government. Is this rare situation in Malaysia actually. So political condition in Malaysia quite unstable after that, and we will face this 15th generation. Hopes to something to be increase, more goods and so on. As I said before, we have three government in 4 years, so rare situation. We have the first one is government led by Pakatan Harapan. We call Pakatan Harapan the coalition political parties. We call Pakatan Harapan from May 2018 to 25th February 2020. The second one is government led by the first one led by Dr. Mahathir, so known well in Indonesia, Bapak Mahathir. The second one is Perikatan Nasional from the February 2020 to 16 August 2021, led by coalition party of Perikatan Nasional, and our Prime Minister for that time is Tan Sri Muhyiddin Yassin. And then after that, the government, what we know as Keluarga Malaysia, led by Barisan Nasional, Datuk Seri Ismail Sabri, from 21st August to 20 August to 10th October 2020. So we have three government actually. So this the conclusion how the government transfer, because the 14th general election Malaysia on 2018 won by Pakatan Harapan, led by Bapak Mahathir and Datuk Seri Anwar Ibrahim. But on 2020, there are political move we known as Langkah Syariatan, after several MPs, Member of Parliament from the Pakatan Harapan, moved to build up, form the new coalition known as Perikatan Nasional. So they formed a new government on 2020, and then again on August 2021, another political move, and then create the new government, what we call as Keluarga Malaysia. Our Prime Minister is Datuk Seri Ismail Sabri. So a lot of political move in 4 years in Malaysia, and contribute to unstable political situation in Malaysia. So after that, we will face 15th generation in this Saturday, and then this is our new hope for Malaysia to exit this unstable situation. Okay, in Malaysia right now, our people, Malaysian, face a lot of issue actually, but the main issue facing by our people is, the first one is family issue of family income, because of we face a situation of COVID-19 pandemic and movement control order, what we call here PKP, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan. That's the reason so many family lost their income and still not stable, although we already transferred from the pandemic phase to endemic phase. That's the first one issue. The second one is the increasing cost of living in Malaysia. A lot of so increasing daily goods and so on, especially food material, food resources and so on. So that's the problem right now. So big problem here. And then the third one is Malaysian people face the job opportunities issue, especially for the youth, for the new generation, because right now our youth, our new generation, a lot of them seeking for the gig economy actually, but the problem is the chance for gig economy still limit, and need more expose from our government after this. Okay, these are several issues in Malaysia. And then the second one, what the country issues for Malaysia right now. A lot of issue we facing right now, but the most significant is the issue of inflation, inflation, or uncertainty economic condition because of a lot of global issue, war, and so on. Food security still the problem because our resources, food resources in Malaysia, most of import from the foreign countries, and once something happened to a political condition and so on, so treat the food security situation in Malaysia. So the food security is still our problem. And then the third one is Malaysia still in problem of integrity and corruption. That's the cause some increasing of goods, good price, living costs, and so on. And still the problem still there, and this we will face after this. Okay. So about a little about 15th general election in Malaysia. Our parliamentary dissolved on last month, 10th October 2020, And then candidate nomination on 5th November 2020. And then early voting day actually yesterday, 15th November, and the good signal from the more than 200 voters that make a early voting day yesterday, because 94% from them turned out to vote yesterday. It's a good signal from our voters. And then the day is the voting day. The day is this Saturday, 19 November 2020. Okay, and then this is the first time Malaysia implementation of Undi 18. That's mean before this we are starting to be a voters on 21st years, but we just our rule just changed. We down to 18 years. So 18 this year we will start. They will start to vote, and that's why our voters in Malaysia increased from the 15 million in the 14 general election to 21.2 in 15 general election. So big increasing because of implementation of Undi 18 in Malaysia. And then we have 222 seats constituency parliament area, and then any party to form government, they need to collect at least 112 for simple majority. Okay. Number of voters, as I said before, 21 million. And then first time voters, because of implementation of Undi 18 and automatic registration voters increasing 33%. So the new voters in Malaysia right now is 7 million. Okay, this is the what we call coalition in political landscape in Malaysia. We have the first one is the old one is Barisan Nasional. The second one is Perikatan Nasional. The third one is Pakatan Harapan, and then the new one led by Bapak Mahathir. We call it JTA, Gerakan Tanah Air, but still not formed formally. Still not registered formally. And in Sarawak, in Sabah we have a coalition namely as GRS, Gabungan Rakyat Sabah, and then in Sarawak we have GPS, Gabungan Parti Sarawak. So these are the players in political landscape in Malaysia, and then they join this 15 election to get the trust from the people to form government after 19 November in this Saturday. From our observation, field observation in across the country, actually Malaysian hope lots from the new government we will form after this 15 general election. But the most Malaysian, they hope the new government, incoming new government, and they hope from the all the political parties that involved in this campaign for 15th generation. The first one is the biggest hope is to decrease cost of living. This is the most popular hope from the Malaysian is this new government. Any political party will form the government. Please give full attention, full commitment to decrease cost of living in Malaysia. The second one is most of them hopes aim the new government will focus to increase family economy, actually to increase family incomes anyway. The third one is to create a lot of job opportunities, especially for the youth, and then more especially is to the economic, just like gig economic, freedom economic. This is very popular in for new generation right now. And then the another one, Malaysian hope the new government will increase the element of good governance and integrity in our government after this. And then the last one, they hope this will new government a lot of focus to increase educational access for the whole Malaysia, especially in Borneo, Sabah, and Sarawak. This Malaysian hope for 15th generation. Okay, from our observation, in field observation, actually we got several factors to influence, to contribute the voting behavior among Malaysian voters. Okay, this what the first one is demographic factor. So the pattern of voting still influenced by ethnicity, because of we observe, for example, Malay ethnic still support for the party, just like what we call UMNO, PAS, but at the same time, Chinese ethnic, they more favor for the Pakatan Harapan, for example, DAP, PKR, and so on. Also, age influence the factor voting pattern, because for the senior citizen, they more prefer on political party to vote, but for the new generation, youth generation, they more prefer for candidate and the issues to vote party or candidate. The second one, we observe the factor is geographic factor, because of urban pattern, special pattern, suburban special pattern, rural area special pattern, and then Peninsula and East Malaysia, Sabah and Sarawak also differ, and also zone. In Peninsula Malaysia, actually, we have middle peninsula, we have East Peninsula, we have North and South. So all the zone show different pattern in voting behavior. And then the another one is psychography, how they get state education status, and then socioeconomic status also different pattern in voting behavior. And then the another one is behavior itself, how they exposed to media, social interaction, and so on. All of these factors will contribute to the behavioral votings among the Malaysian voters in coming 15th generation in this Saturday. Okay, as I said before, for Malaysian voters, they have few factors. What the main consideration on vote decision, because here differ from the pemilu, because last pemilu on 2019 I was there, and then the last leak for the campaign of pemilu and pilpres, I was there from for 15 days over there, because over there you all have needs to vote for 5 constitution, and then here just our general election just 2 constitution, state, and also for federal. But this time, a lot of state didn't dissolve their hall, and then a lot of them will just voting for federal constitution only, just one vote compared to Indonesia. Before this, they need to vote for joblos for 5 constitution. Okay, so main consideration on what decision we observe from the field is, the first one is a candidate factor. Candidate itself, how they competent, how they appear in community, and so on, how they appear visible in campaign and so on, will influence voting behavior after this. Okay, and then the second one they consider for the political party, as I said before, senior citizen and voters from the rural area, they are more loyal voters. So they are voting, most of them we will vote for the loyal party. They commit before this. And then the third one is they will vote consider to right now current issues, what happened in our country and so on. We will be as a main consideration also, especially for the youth voters to make decision in 15th general election. Who will win? This a lot of question right now. Siapa akan menang pemilu Malaysia pada hari Sabtu nanti? So just for the pattern right now, 3 days to go, Barisan Nasional and Perikatan Nasional, from our observation is they are conquered Malay segment in Peninsular Malaysia. Pakatan Harapan PH, they are conquered campaign in Chinese segment in urban area, for example, especially in Kuala Lumpur, Selangor, Malacca, and half of Negeri Sembilan. And then the another one is mixed segment in suburban, mixed segment actually in ethnicity. I mean in ethnicity, mixed segment in Malay, Chinese, Indian, and so on. So make a segment in suburban area we build as determinant factor who will win in Peninsular Malaysia. So a lot of all of the political parties right now focus on suburban to get a lot of confidence, a lot of trust from all the voters for the 15 GE. And then in Borneo, Gabungan Parti Sarawak (GPS), our observation still leading in Sarawak right now. And then Warisan and Gabungan Rakyat Sabah. Warisan party lead by Safi Abdal, and Gabungan Rakyat Sabah lead by Haji Ji. Till now they are showing tight fight in Sabah, and then followed by PH. This current situation in Malaysia for 15 general election. So what this significant Malaysia general election, 15 general election for Malaysia, for Indonesia, because we discussed before this, two presenters before, we discussed a lot of sustainable development goals. What of 70 goals in SDG, and then we are neighborhood. Indonesia for sure seeking for stable government of Malaysia, because we are very close neighbor. Everything happen in Malaysia will affect in Malaysia too. And then we are worse. That means Malaysian also seeking for stable government in Indonesia because we are very close neighborhood. We are very close country, and then we are close neighborhood because kita Malaysia Indonesia serupa mbak serai seikat bak sirih. Apa sahaja berlaku akan saling mempengaruhi kesannya kepada negara kita berdua. That's why it's too important for Malaysia, for Indonesia to get the strong government from your neighbor, Malaysia, for example, and Singapore, Thailand, and so on. Okay. The second one is economic development, because to simulate the economic growth right now, after, for example, after pandemic, after in the mid phase right now, so we need the stable and good government in Southeast Asia right now. We will contribute a lot of economic situation, and also we Indonesia, Malaysia also face a lot of defense issue because Selat Melaka, lautan dan sebagainya, bagi mempertahankan kedaulatan bersama Malaysia, Indonesia, dan what we call Southeast Asia, Asia Tenggara. We need good cooperation, and we looking a stable government from our neighbors country. And then the another one is why we need a stable government, because of cross-border crimes issue. A lot of cross-border crime issue, drug, smuggler, and so on. So to prevent the cross-border crimes, we need a really stable government from our neighbor country. And then also we are the same rumpun, Melayu, and so on. So we need to share a lot about the education, culture, and so on. So we also need to increase this element. We also need a good and strong, stable government. For example, Indonesia, for example, for sure need a stable, strong government from Indonesia from this incoming 15th general election. And then, as told by the two presenters before, the environmental issue and so on. So to protect the pollution, for example, Malaysia and Indonesia, we have a lot of pollution, water pollution issues, air pollution issues, smoke, open burning, and so on. So we need stable, we need strong government from our neighbor country to create the good policy, to create full attention a lot of social sustainable development issue. So if the government still unstable, political situation still unstable condition, so a lot of focus ways to create a political movement, to focus on political issue, and we will lack a lot of focus to sustainable development goals as we discuss in this conference right now. Mr. Moderator, I guess that just this my presentation today. So thank you very much. I give back to the
welcome. Thank you very much, Professor Yusri, for such enlightened presentation on the election. And if we can see, if we follow the presentation of the keynote speaker today, this morning, we can see that how sustainable development is correlated with the leadership. And of course, later on, it goes with the link with the way how education has been carried out. And as I has informed you that we are waiting for the question, and we have received several questions from the chat. And the first question is from Mustalin, who would like to ask Professor Taylor. Here is the question. I'm Mursalin, a lecturer in mathematics in math education area from the University of Malik Saleh. Firstly, I really like the issue you raised at this conference, and I just download your article about STEM education, embracing the art to develop student capabilities for resolving global sustainability crisis in the Asia Research Network Journal of Education. I agree with your ideas about the important role of education in building student abilities to find solutions to the global crisis. The younger generation become problem-solving agent for various global crises and is very relevant to the STEM teachers approach. My question, so the question of Mursalin is how to integrate various STEM disciplines in each lesson that is able to build good understanding and reasoning skill. Thank you, Prof. This is the question that forward to Professor Taylor. And also we have one more question from student Najla Rihadatul. Hi, I'm Najla Asia, a college student from the Faculty of Social and Political Science. I want to ask something to you. So he said, education for sustainable development promotes the development of knowledge, skill, understanding, values, and action requires to create a sustainable world, which ensure environment protection and conservation, promote social equity, and encourage economic sustainable. Then how can education for college student or student about development can improve when educator itself don't get enough information or understanding about it? What do you think about it? If I'm wrong, I heard that you say already teach about it to the high school. Thank you, Prof. Did you get the question?
Yes, thank you. I read those questions and I also replied to them in the chat room. So I'll just quickly summarize my response. Excuse me. There are two ways of thinking about enacting STEAM teaching and learning strategies in one's classroom. And in our book, we demonstrate a number of these strategies. In terms of teaching and learning, the individual teacher or lecturer can do only a certain amount by themselves, because, you know, if you're a discipline-specific lecturer or teacher, you don't really understand the expertise coming from other discipline areas. So you can do a little bit, but not a lot. What is even more powerful is that if teachers and lecturers from different disciplines collaborate, and so this becomes a curriculum issue that is planning through collaboration. You know, if we take something like an issue, an environmental issue, okay, a maths teacher and a social science teacher and a political science teacher sit down around the same table and they have a discussion. How can each one of us address this particular problem in our specific discipline? What types of learning outcomes should we be looking towards that each one of us can contribute towards? So it's the more powerful approach is one of curriculum collaboration across disciplines. Okay, that's the first issue. But you can still do something yourself as an individual teacher or lecturer. Our book demonstrates a range of possible approaches, and I didn't have much time to talk about something called ethical dilemma story teaching, where teachers write up a story that has ethical dilemmas in it, something about the environment versus economics, for example. And the story has characters, and these characters in the story grapple with how are they trying to resolve the issue. That story is used then as a teaching resource in the classroom, and it involves individual students in engaging in individual reflection, critical reflection, getting together in small groups and discussing each other's perspectives, value perspectives, and that gives them the opportunity to learn to collaborate rather than be in conflict over their values. and then to find ways and means of resolving the problem. So that's just one strategy. There are quite a few others in our book. So I would highly recommend, if anybody is interested in the curriculum approach and the pedagogical approach, to get hold of this book and look at how other teachers and lecturers are implementing these strategies in their own classrooms, from elementary right the way through to postgraduate. Just briefly, I'm not sure whether you read out the question about somebody saying that the Sustainable Development Goals have not been implemented. So, you know, what's the way forward? And I think the way forward is, you don't blame the Sustainable Development Goals themselves. You ask, why are they not being fully implemented? And that tends to be a political issue. There's lack of political will, there's lack of political funding. We can't just rely on politicians to solve all our environmental issues. We've got to work at it at the local level, and education is one of the major keys. And it's not, you know, it's not too late. We need to be optimistic that it is possible. And there are good examples at universities in Indonesia. So I suggest contacting people like Professor Yuli Ramawati at UNJ in Jakarta, Dr. Neni Mariana at UNISA in Surabaya, and even closer to you guys, down there in the University of Malang. There's Dr. Manggara Semanjarang, who is a maths lecturer.
Pak Mursalin can contact Prof. Pierre Taylor for further discussion on how to integrate between art and the teaching of math, of course, perhaps because he is one of the lecturer in education department in University of Malik Saleh. Later on, as what we call as continuation of this discussion, inshallah. Thank you, Prof. We also have the answer that Prof. Peter already forward in the chat. The answer to the question raised by Brother Muhammad Shafi'i when he asked about the SDGs. Yes, there has been very limited action on implementing the SDGs, but this speaks more to the lack of political will and the neoliberal values that prioritize the global market. In education, we are seeing the uptakes of STEM education in universities and schools in Indonesia, Nepal, Australia, Philippines, Hong Kong, South Africa. My new book, this is, I think, we should have, is it possible, Prof. Taylor, for us to download your ebook, perhaps?
I would hope so. I could control of the distribution. But,
yeah, because it's really interesting to.
At least one copy in the library of University Malacca Salah.
All right, then we will wait for the links. Yeah, all right. And then we have one question for Professor Yusri. Yeah, since Professor Muqtadir has discussed about mini-lateralism, is it possible for Indonesia and Malaysia to create a stronger mini-lateralism between the two, so that they can cope together with the challenges that the new challenges that has been posed by the new globalization? We need some comment from the Professor Yusri. Thank you.
Terima kasih, Bapak Moderator. Saya lihat daripada saya bercakap dengan chairperson, sama ada pembentangannya in English or in Indonesia Malay. So dikatakan boleh campur-campur. Nanti saya pun juga melihat moderator juga menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. So saya jawab soalan ini dalam bahasa Indonesia, bahasa Malaysia ya Pak. Okey, sebagaimana yang kita tahu bahawa Malaysia Indonesia adalah negara berjiran yang pastinya apa sahaja perkembangan antara Malaysia dan Indonesia akan memberi satu pengaruh besar kepada sistem sosial antara kedua-dua negara. Malaysia dengan Indonesia untuk menjalinkan hubungan kerjasama sangat mudah berbanding dengan pelbagai negara lain di luar sana. Kerana kita berkongsi sosial budaya yang hampir sama. Kerana sebahagian etnisiti yang ada di Indonesia ada di Malaysia, begitu juga sebaliknya, dan kita bertutur dengan bahasa yang hampir sama. Sama ada bahasa Melayu, sama ada bahasa Indonesia, dia lebih mirip. So lebih mudah untuk menjalinkan hubungan antara dua negara, antara Malaysia dan Indonesia, dan lebih mudah nak disemarakkan. Janjinya tinggalnya nanti Pak Moderator bahawa bagaimana sistem pendidikan, sistem budaya yang ada perlu diperkasakan, promosi kerjasama dan kebaikan cara bersama. Begitu juga peranan media-media untuk mempromosikan kerjasama dan kebaikan bersama. Bukan kita menghangatkan suasana, memanaskan suasana apabila ada saja isu berlaku yang mencetus sensitiviti antara Malaysia dan Indonesia. Itu peranan kita sebagai pendidik, itu peranan kita pemain-pemain budaya, dan yang paling penting Pak Moderator ialah peranan media massa kedua-dua negara untuk mengekalkan situasi harmoni hubungan bersaudara antara Malaysia dan Indonesia. Mungkin kita harap selepas pilihan raya nanti terbentuk satu kerajaan yang lebih stabil, so hubungan antara kedua negara ini akan lebih erat, lebih rapat untuk kita sama-sama bergerak sederap selangkah menuju memperkasakan ekonomi kita, Indonesia Malaysia bersaing di peringkat dunia.
Thank you very much. You have been explained about how there is possibility of strengthening cooperation between Malaysia and Indonesia, particularly after the election, this coming election in Malaysia. We hope that there will be stability politics in Malaysia that will really have an impact on how Indonesia should see the future of this region particularly. And since I have said that the coming session will be very soon, and Professor Ahmad Maksum already there, so I'm not going to take his time for this session. So we are approaching the end of our session. I would like to have say a few words from our professor here. Let's start with Professor Muqtadir, and then Professor Taylor, and Professor Yusri for the closing remark. Please, Professor Muqtadir.
Well, I want to thank the audience and for listening patiently, and also the organizers for inviting me. It was an interesting conference. I learned a lot from Professor Taylor as well as Professor Ibrahim. I just want to also tell the person who asked the last question that when two countries are involved, it's bilateral. It can't be minilateral. It has to be minimum 3 or 4 countries to have a minilateral arrangement. And thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum to all of you. And in the chat, I posted a link to my YouTube channel. So do subscribe to Conversations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Please, Professor Taylor.
Well, thank you, especially to the organizing committee for inviting me here, and Dr. Ratri Chandasari, who's been communicating with me in a very professional and friendly manner. I really appreciate that. I think the takeaway message from my talk is everybody, without exception, has a responsibility for how we address the environmental crises. We can't just sit back and hope somebody else will do it. We can't sit back and hope that the politicians will do it. Everybody is a stakeholder, and we all need to be pressing forward. Probably the most effective approach is to engage in a new form of teacher education. So we're producing new teachers to go out in schools and have a cascading effect, you know, so that one person influences many other people their professional practice. And so that's the pathway that we're going down with our Transform STEAM education, helping teachers to come together, to collaborate across the different discipline areas. But before teachers can do that, they need to be engaged in professional development that gives them the actual skills, the knowledge and skills, the capabilities that we want them to teach their students. You can't teach something unless you've learned it in the first place. So the start point is teacher education programs. So I'll leave it there. The book is available. I'll send the link through. It's Brill, B-R-I-L-L in the Netherlands. Thank you very much, and I appreciate it, because I'm sorry I arrived late, so I got to hear Professor Khan half of your talk, and what I heard was very interesting and helped me to move forward with my talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, Prof. Yusri.
Nothing more actually from me. Just big hopes. This conference will outcomes a lot of idea to promote social goals development, especially for this our area, Southeast Asia, and more especially more focus for Malaysia and Indonesia. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. If we can conclude the discussion today, is that we really need a leadership that really concerned about how we should have a develop an education that really integrated through science, technology, and art and mathematics, so that the what you call the anxiety that Prof. Muqtadir has assumed in his presentation, that there will be how we can have the sustainable development in disruption as era if the leadership has no good political will to develop an education that will educate the new generation that concern with the future sustainable development of the world and for future generation. I would like to thank Professor Muqtadir for such enlightened talk on international politics, economic, and how we should deal with the very fast, rapid changing of the global political order. And then we would like to thank Professor Taylor also for presenting a very, very enlightened topic on the STEM education, where we try to instill the what you call the awareness of the student from the elementary to the higher education on the importance of the sustainable development for global sustainable development, and also from Professor Yusri, who talk about election in Malaysia, and that is really what I call concern with what the issue, local issue, in a regional issue in Malaysia and Indonesia, so that this country can establish a very good cooperation in the future. So this what I call stability and sustainable development can reach in this region. I would like to close this session by quoting what has been quoted by Professor Taylor in the Earth Charter. I really impressed with that. The choice is ours. Form a global partnership to care for Earth and one another, or risk the destruction of ourselves and the diversity of life. And then fundamental change are needed in our values, institutions, and ways of living. We must realize that when basic needs have been met, human development is primarily about being more, not having more. And to close, even in Islam also say that the destruction in the earth, in the ocean, is because of the greedy of the human themselves. So we hope education, our education system in the future will prepare that we will create a generation that really aware, so that they can maintain the equivalent between our life and our mother nature, inshallah. Thank you very much to all the professor, and give applause to the professor. Thank you very much. We hope that inshallah in near future we will meet again in a different forum, in a more interesting forum, and more focused discussion. Like Professor Muqtadir will discuss on issue politics, international politics, and then we will allocate special time for Professor Taylor on education and STEM, and we will talk about how election, future stability of politics in the region. We will invite Professor Yusri, inshallah. And thank you for all the professors. And with all, alhamdulillah, this session we end. Thank you very much. And I'm very sorry if I cannot do justly to everybody here, particularly on Professor Muqtadir and Professor Taylor and Professor Yusri. All this shortcoming is from me. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I will hand over this microphone to the second session. That will be moderated by Dr. Nizarlin. Inshallah. Thank you. Excuse
Thank you very
me,
much.
I will leave the room. Assalamualaikum. Goodbye, Professor Taylor. Assalamualaikum, Professor
Thanks a lot.
Yusri. Assalamualaikum, Professor.
Excellent moderation. Thank you.
Yes, yes, yes. Yeah. Sudah ada ini. Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Pak Prof. Muhammad. I think he is a professional moderator, so different with me. I'm not a professional moderator, so I think I need help with my assistant, Ibu Diah. Prof. Ahmad Masum?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. How are you, Prof?
I'm doing fine, Alhamdulillah. How are you?
Okay. I'm fine too. Thank you very much for you coming to the our international conference today.
Thank you for having me.
Okay. We can begin this presentation. I think many issues arise in the social fields today because many things happens in our life today about climate change, crisis of politics, war between Ukraine and Russia, make it degraded, crisis of foods, crisis of energy and everything. So every issues bring many problems in the social fields that we have to discuss today to find some notes from the all of what presented from our speakers. Today we have invited two speakers, ladies and gentlemen. The first is Prof. Ahmad Masum from Sultan Sarif Ali Islamic University, Brunei. And the second is Prof. Agus Pramusinto from Universitas Gadjah Mada, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we give the opportunity for presents to Prof. Ahmad Masum, I read the first, his curriculum vitae. Prof. Ahmad Masum is currently a senior assistant professor and the head of law program at the Faculty of Sharia and Law, University Islam Sultan Sarif Ali, Brunei Darussalam. He obtained his Bachelor of Law, Master of Comparative Law, and Doctor of Philosophy from the International Islamic University, Malaysia. He has served a various institutions of higher learning in Malaysia, Singapore, and Hong Kong. He has published several academic articles in Reference, Scopus, and IC journals. In addition, he has also presented several research papers at numerous local and international conferences. His research interests include constitutional law, public international law, administrative law, human rights law, jurisprudence and legal theory, criminal law, and etc. He is also an editorial board, member of several international journals in India, Malaysia, Philippines, Iraq journal, and Uganda. I think his experience extremely. Okay, I think I think Mr. Ahmad Masum, Prof. Masum, the time is yours now to present your paper.
Okay, thank you. Let me share my screen first.
Siapa yang share? Iya. Beliau sendiri kan?
Can you see my screen?
Okay, yes, we can see it.
Okay, so first and foremost, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the conference organizers for inviting me to basically deliver my keynote speech that is on the contribution of social sciences and humanities to sustainable development. So as far as my paper is concerned, I'm going to look at the contribution of the field of law as one of the social sciences of humanities as far as sustainable development is concerned. And as far as the keynote speech is concerned here, I will have a very quick introduction. I will try to define the keywords which actually make up the theme of this conference. Then I will look at the role of law in protecting the environment. And then I will move on to look at social sciences and humanities as the solution to climate change. And then finally, the conclusion. So when it comes to basically a very quick introduction there. So when you talk about social sciences and humanities, so usually the contribution of social sciences and humanities to sustainable development is not taken very seriously, because many people believe that only engineers and hard scientists can provide solution to our problems. But in my presentation, I'm going to basically point out that it is not only engineers, it is not only hard scientists, but also social sciences and humanities can contribute to sustainable development. And as far as the paper is concerned, I would just like to share with all of you that it is not actually right to basically say that social sciences and humanities cannot contribute to sustainable development. We need to basically shift from that idea or from that notion, because when you talk about, for instance, sustainable development, engineers may come up with a discovery. Scientists may basically come up with discoveries. But then the question here is that how do we basically make sure that we have proper policies, proper legislations, proper tax system in place to basically make sure that we achieve that agenda? So all in all, we are basically saying that only social sciences and humanities can help us understand how we can get policymakers to adopt policies, taxes and regulations that can shift the structure of our economies onto a path to sustainability. Much as we want development, but we have to think of the environment. So that is why social sciences and humanities come in. So you can basically see the destruction to our environment or the mother nature. But the question here is that we need to have policies in place. Policies like, for instance, saying that it is not okay to pollute our waters. It is not okay to basically cut down trees without basically what? Planting new ones. So in other words, we are saying that much as we talk about deforestation, we should also talk about afforestation. So you can see basically the destruction to the environment there. Now coming back to the definition of the keywords, because the whole theme of this conference is about the contribution of social sciences and humanities to sustainable development. But then we have to ask ourselves, what is sustainable development? So I have just highlighted very quick there. Sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without comprising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. For instance, Macam Negara, Indonesia. Negara, Indonesia is very famous, for instance, in terms of the palm oil industry, or in terms of timber. For instance, if you go to areas like Kalimantan. But the most important thing is that we are saying that much as we exploit the timber in Kalimantan area, we also have to think of that, are we also basically protecting the future generations of Indonesia, for instance? So sustainable development here provides an approach to making better decisions on the issues that affect all our lives. And this is where social sciences and humanities comes in. For instance, law. So if you have undang-undang hukum, whereby that law basically says what, that no to open burning, no to polluting our waters, no to the destruction of the environment, and these laws are followed, then that means that it is not only engineers, it is not only hard scientists solving our problems, because through social sciences and humanities, research can be conducted to find out, for instance, what is the effect of open burning, for instance, like in Negara, Indonesia. Is it affecting basically the quality of the air? Is it affecting the quality of the water? Is it affecting the quality, for instance, of the soil quality? So these are the things that we are talking about here. And when it comes to environmental law refers to a variety of protections which share the goal of protecting the environment. So dear my basically conference participants, you can see how social science is very, very important, especially dalam bidang undang-undang. Because if you look at what environmental law is all about here, which is basically an area of humanities or social science here, we are saying that this is very, very important, because through environmental law, we are going to basically have what? Protections. Protection in terms of what? How do we protect the environment? For instance, kalau basically ada the cutting down of trees in order to produce or to manufacture timber, then do we have a policy that says that you cut down one tree and then you plant another two basically trees in place? For instance, much as we talk about deforestation, we also talk about afforestation. So environmental law basically governs how human beings interact with the environment. So in other words, you cannot just talk about hard science, or you cannot just talk about engineers, but you can also talk about social sciences and humanities in terms of how basically man is going to interact with the environment. So environmental law covers a wide variety of topics such as air quality. We are talking about water quality, waste management, chemical safety, containment, cleanup and hunting, and as well as fishing. So that is what environmental law is all about. What about the issue of climate change? Because when you talk about sustainable development, one important basically goals of sustainable development goals here, we are talking about the environment. And when we talk about the environment, the issue of climate change comes into picture. So what is, because countries today or all over the world, countries are going through basically what we call climate change. But why climate change? Why have things changed? Because of how we interact with our environment. And that is why we are saying that we need environmental law to basically tell us how we should interact with our environment. So climate change is the global phenomena of climate transformation characterized by the changes in the usual climate of the planet. For example, regarding temperature, kadang-kadang panas, kenapa panas, tak ada hujan, kenapa tak ada hujan? Why? Because the way man interacts with the environment. And we are saying that these are actually caused by human activities. For instance, open burning. The moment other open burning, then that would affect what? The air quality. The moment other open burning, then that will affect what? The water quality. So climate change refers to long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns. For instance, orang kampung now, they cannot basically do agriculture. Why they cannot do agriculture? Because of basically the activities of man, which has affected basically what? The rainfall. Tada basically rain. Why tada rain? Because we have actually destroyed all the forests. Why? Because we are thinking about development. That's why I've mentioned earlier on, much as we talk about development, we should think of our future generation, because our future generation ada hak juga. Future generation ada hak juga. So meaning to say that much as Indonesia, for example, you basically go for instance, the production of timber. Now the question here is that, what about the people living around the area of Kalimantan, for instance? This kind of destruction to the environment, is it affecting their health? You have like big companies doing business, but is this all affecting the health of the people around there? So this is very, very important. That is why we are saying that most of these activities basically causing change to our climate is as a result of human activities. And that is why environmental law comes in. So what is actually the role of law in protecting the environment? Because remember, hukum ni o undang-undang ni, we are saying that this undang-undang is one good example of the contribution of social sciences or atau humanities to sustainable development. But how are we going to achieve that? We are saying that the escalating threat of climate change emphasizes the value of environmental law. We need undang-undang environmental law. And with rising sea levels, fluctuating temperatures, and increasing frequency of natural disaster, there is no way we cannot control the activity of man. Activity of man with the environment need to be controlled. And it is only law that is going to control it. And countries all over the world have agreed. So we have heard of the Rio Earth Summit Declaration of 1992. And we have seen at international level, basically the adoption of Human Rights Council resolutions, which basically says what? As a person, you have right to a clean, health, and sustainable what? Environment. So you cannot have right to clean and healthy and sustainable environment if tiada undang-undang to address these issues. So we need undang-undang to address all these issues. And today, as I speak to you, we have 150 countries whereby this negara-negara, they have basically done what? They have incorporated dalam undang-undang, basically their undang-undang, they have incorporated basically what we call constitutional laws, jurisprudence, etc. Ada basically what? For instance, like if you are basically an Indonesian citizen, we are saying that you have your right dalam constitution in Indonesia, your right to clean, healthy, and sustainable what? Environment. And of course, we also have a lot of undang-undang addressing this issue of environment that deals with basically regulatory what? Bodies. So you can see the destruction to the environment. So you can look at basically the pictures there. You can see deforestation, people basically destroying forest because they need fire, people destroying forest because they need timber. You can see the cause of open burning there. And you can basically see the question with regard to make earth cool again. Why is the earth, why is the Tana hot? Kenapa Tana tu ni panas? Why is it panas? It is panas because of human interaction. Man is destroying the environment. For instance, you look at issue like plastic bags. We go to the shopping complexes, we use that plastic bags. Siapa discover these plastic bags? These are scientists. Ni orang scientist come up with the idea of plastic bags. Tapi orang social science will tell you that this plastic bag ada research. Dalam research tu, kalau you throw this plastic bag, what will happen? You destroy the environment. Tapi orang science, dia tak faham. Dia fikir mungkin itu just duit sahaja. You sell the plastic bag, you get the money, but then at the end of the day, orang social sciences or orang humanities understand the consequence of using plastic bag. And on that basis, they do research and they tell you that if you throw this plastic bag, and that is why in most countries, and I think even Indonesia juga, most countries now, they don't accept you to use the plastic bags because these plastic bags destroy the environment. So if we use plastic bag, we destroy the environments. What about the future generation? The future generation of Indonesia, for instance, are they going to inherit basically a good environment or are they going to inherit a bad environment? So you can basically see that. So what is the contribution of social sciences here to climate change? First of all, we are looking at economic growth and cycles. So kalau ada orang ada duit, kalau orang dalam negara ada duit, then what does that mean? That basically leads to basically what? Increased consumption. For instance, they will basically be able to buy kereta mobil. Now, if they buy mobile, for instance, what do? The whole of Jakarta, for instance, you can basically see that kind of what? Emission, because we are talking about what? We are talking about basically the question of what? Emission here. So the rise of consumer society or consumer culture in which human beings increasingly practice a consumer-oriented way of life can be understood as driver of emissions. So we are saying that through social sciences, macam dalam social sciences here, social scientists or through humanities, research has been conducted. Through this research, they are telling you that kalau orang ada duit, then what happens? Status lagi tinggi. Kalau status lagi tinggi, what does that mean? Then he is able to basically what? Afford certain things. Dia boleh beli mobil. Now, kalau dia boleh beli mobil, then what happens? So everybody is using what? Everybody is using basically kereta, which kereta use petrol, and then as a result of that, we are basically destroying our air quality because of what? Because of the emission coming from the what? The kereta. Now, the other important point, of course, we are also talking about demographic factors. This is also contribution of social sciences or our humanities. The size and growth of human population as well as established as major drivers of environmental change, including carbon emissions, and much social science research provides basically empirical evidence supporting these claims. Demographic factors. Now, kalau dalam negara, for instance, ada banyak orang, population besar, then what happens? Then they start basically fighting over what? Land. The way they utilize the tanah. And the way they utilize the tanah, then at the end of the day, that will create a lot of what? Problems. So that is also another contribution of social sciences or our humanities. Then, of course, land use transformation. Anthropologists, archaeologists, geographers, and sociologists have demonstrated that land use transformation is an underlying cause of anthroponic climate change. Because the way we use land, for instance, orang kampung, for instance, in certain parts of the world, they need firewood. But where do they get the firewood from? They have to go to the forest go dalam hutan, cut down the trees, bring the trees back home, and then you basically make your fire. So the way we use the land actually can basically be a problem to climate change. And then, of course, we have basically a lot of other activities dalam that Tana as well. Landscape changes are also connected to large-scale capital investment, including hydroelectric dam construction, large-scale irrigation, and wetland drainage that permanently change social ecosystems. For instance, countries that use hydroelectric power to generate electricity, they need land. You need Tana. You get the point. Large-scale irrigation, for instance, you look at a country like Egypt, for instance. So we are saying that through all these human activities, whether we like it or not, there is a permanent change in the ecosystems. Then another point that shows the contribution of social sciences through research also, power, social stratification, and inequality. Interactions among power, social stratification, and inequality, whether international or regional, national or subnational, all affects emission and climate change. That is why I have mentioned earlier that it is very important that social sciences or humanities used as a yardstick to basically come up with policies, because our policymakers, they need to know if we are going to have this kind of a big project, dalam negara, for instance, like Indonesia, what is going to be the effect of this big project? You may think that this big project is going to give job to your people, but then at the end of the day, it may end up destroying what? The environment. So all in all, basically that shows the contribution of what? Social sciences. So in conclusion, so to end my basically presentation, we are saying that governments across the world should maintain their commitment to environmental protection laws. So we need basically commitment from governments across the world. We cannot protect our environment, we cannot fight climate change kalau governments are not committed. Governments must be committed to environmental protection laws. And we are also saying that government officials must prioritize and enforce environmental conservation. Global change occurs. So environmental laws, regulations, agreements are more than just rules and regulations. They represent something far more important, the restoration of a shattered world. We need basically to work together. Undang-undang sahaja tak cukup. We need also to educate our people, educate the rakyat about the importance of basically protecting the environment. So all in all, we are basically saying what? It is not actually true to basically say that social sciences and humanities basically cannot contribute to sustainable development. Social sciences and humanities can contribute to sustainable development because we are saying that through social sciences, we can formulate policies, we can conduct research and find out basically the effect of basically the so-called word, innovation that scientists they may come up with in the context of safeguarding Mother Nature. So that is all from me, and I pass basically the virtual space to the moderator now. Thank you. That's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Ahmad Masum. I think what you present is a fruitful presentation. Very interesting. I think we get something learning from your presentation. Okay, before we give opportunity to the participant to raise some question, we have to listen the first for the second speakers. From the second speakers, The second speaker today is Prof. Agus Pramusinto. Prof. Agus Pramusinto, he is from Universitas Gadjah Mada. He is now professor in public administration. And his current position is chairman Indonesian Civil Service Commission 2019 till 2024. Because of his busy, he will give presentation today in video. Okay. Are you ready for that? Okay, the video ready. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, all participants, let we listen to his
The
presentation.
Honorable Rector of Universitas Maliku Saleh, Professor Herman Fitra, Dean of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Dr. M. Najaruddin, our speakers, participants, and ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning in Indonesia, Brunei Darussalam, Malaysia and Australia, and good evening in Delaware. First of all, I would like to thank my colleagues from Universitas Maliku Saleh. I am very honored to be given an opportunity to present my ideas at this very prestigious international conference. The theme today is the contribution of social sciences and humanities to sustainable development. There are two important things that we must pay attention to. The first is related to sustainable development, and the second is related to the contribution of social sciences and humanities. Let me start with sustainable development. In 2000, the United Nations succeeded in mobilizing 149 international leaders to commit to overcoming disease, hunger, poverty, illiteracy, discrimination against women, and environmental degradation, which must be achieved by 2015. The agenda with 8 indicators is called the Millennium Development Goals. In 2015, the agenda was expanded to become the 17 Sustainable Development Goals that must be achieved by 2030. The 17 SDGs are no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation and infrastructure, reduce inequality, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice, and strong institution partnerships for the goals. Currently, we are already in 2022, and only 8 years left to complete the big work on the SDGs. However, COVID-19 came suddenly and ruined the entire agenda that had been prepared. The following is global data on the achievements of the SDGs. According to the report, which tracked global efforts to achieve the SDGs, COVID-19 has caused a major disruption to people's lives and livelihoods. While progress to achieve the SDGs had been slow even before the pandemic struck, an additional 119 until 124 million people were pushed back into poverty in 2020. An equivalent of 255 million full-time jobs were lost. and the number of people suffering from hunger, which was already climbing before the pandemic, may have increased by 80 until 132 million. How is the SDGs achieved in Indonesia? Indonesia actually experiences an increase in ranking and points every year, but the increase in value is quite small. In 2016, Indonesia got 65.19 points, and in 2017, it increased to 66.94. In 2020, Indonesia experienced quite a slight increase with 68.48 points. Then in 2021 with 69.1 points. Thus, it can be said that over the years, this has indeed become a major challenge for Indonesia. At the beginning of 2020, the world was facing the COVID-19 pandemic. The health crisis that followed quickly became a humanitarian, social, and economic crisis, which had an impact on the progress of countries in achieving the goals of the SDGs. As we know, Indonesia has a fairly good economic growth, which is increasing every year. Even when in 2020, the Indonesian economy, which declined due to the COVID-19 pandemic, would rise again in 2021 and 2022 with the economy rebounding. This should be appreciated, even though in reality, the economic improvement of the country will be meaningless without its role in reducing poverty, hunger, and inequality. What is our role in social sciences and humanities? Basically, poverty is not born by itself and also does not arise without a cause. These conditions are heavily influenced by social, economic, and political structures. This poverty factor then has an impact on the level of hunger. Especially at this time, Indonesia is a country with the third highest hunger rate in Southeast Asia. The high percentage of hunger in a country will have a negative impact on the healthy and prosperous life of its people. The fact is that Indonesia has experienced a decline in action in financing education and public health. Social sciences and humanities remain relevant and much needed for several reasons. First, the SDGs always face socio-cultural obstacles, namely the acceptance of the SDGs program always varies within communities and regions. Second, there are differences in socio-cultural potential between communities, so that the achievements of the SDGs program are also different. For example, social and cultural capital in certain rural communities has the potential to accelerate development and reduce poverty. Third, the need for an emancipatory and participatory approach. All potential must be developed by action research. In this context, social sciences and humanities scholars are more mastered and can understand and solve problems by involving the subject. How is the practice related to the implementation of the SDGs? Of 17 agendas, social sciences and humanities scholars must be involved. So far, the issue of sustainable development has been studied as a technical and mechanical phenomenon. Issues of hunger, health, and water, lack of infrastructure, unemployment, and environmental damage are only seen as technical problems and management mechanisms. In fact, the core of the problem is human beings with their cultures and imaginary reality. The source of the problem comes from human beings. The subjects to be regulated in the development program are human beings, and program implementers and the consequences of the program also concern human beings. Food shortages are not adequately resolved by agricultural engineers. The increasing number of sick people is not just to add doctors. Road shortages and transportation scarcity are not enough to simply increase the number of engineers. The complexity of the problem requires the presence of social sciences and humanities scholars to understand and solve it. Ladies and gentlemen, what are the roles and challenges of social sciences and humanities in the Industrial Revolution 4.0, which is often referred to as the digital era? Of course, we all have to be able to adapt to the new environment. As the era of information technology and everything undergoes a process of digitalization, social sciences and humanities scholars can benefit. Understanding the community with all its aspirations is not an easy job. It must then be responded to as a public policy. Social sciences and humanities scholars are no longer enough to rely on conventional methods by conducting face-to-face in-depth interviews or survey by visiting respondents one by one. Understanding narratives or messages that appear on social media is a skill that needs to be improved. New terminologies in government, business, and society have changed and developed. Social sciences and humanities scholars must always update their understanding. For that, we need to learn new tools and methods. For example, how to learn about big data. This is important because evidence-based policy must be able to capture evidence from various sources. Ladies and gentlemen, that is my presentation. Hopefully, it can contribute in the development of the role of social sciences and humanities. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof.
Okay, thank
Agus
you
Pramusinto.
very much, Prof. Agus
Uh,
Pramusinto.
I think this is a fruitful
I think this
presentation that
is
give
a
us
fruitful
many
presentation that give
enlightenment
us
in
many
the obstacle,
enlightenment
especially
in
obstacle
the
of the
especially
how
obstacle of
to
the
get sustainable
how
development.
to get sustainable
And,
developments.
And sorry,
sorry,
Prof. Ahmad Masum, are you there?
Prof. Ahmad Masum, are you there?
Prof. Okay, okay.
Prof.
I think there are two questions.
There are two questions for
Prof. Ahmad Masum.
Prof. Ahmad Masum.
All right.
Silakan.
Hi, Prof. Ahmad Masum.
Hi,
Prof.
how are you?
Ahmad Masum.
Yes.
I'm interested with your introduction in your presentation today. In your statement about without right policy tax regulation in place, sustainable developments, many obstacle about
There is a
to.
hello.
Can you
Hello.
hear clearly my voice?
No, I mean some they have to unmute. Let them mute first. Some they have to mute because there is a problem there. I cannot hear you clearly. Orang lain boleh mute, boleh mute. Orang lain. I mean those online.
Okay. Oh, you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. I read the questions is okay for okay. You here. Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Ahmad Masum.
Yes, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm interested with your statement in the your slide about without right policy tax regulation in place, sustainable developments find many obstacles for in implementing. And now I wanna ask about your statement. How about in Brunei Darussalam about implementing the right policy and tax regulation? Maybe your recommendation program in Brunei Darussalam can adopt in implementing in Indonesia. Exactly about right policy, tax, and regulation. Can you get point for my question?
Yes, I have got your question. I've got the question. It's very clear. It's very clear your question.
Okay.
The question is very clear. Okay, so if I can respond to your question, you are asking me what basically policies are there the Negara Brunei Darussalam.
Ladies and gentlemen, please silent. We can hear the presenter.
Can you hear me?
Yes, of course.
Okay. So I was saying that you are asking me about policies that taxes, regulations that perhaps could be used the Negara Indonesia that Brunei is using in order to achieve sustainable.
Keep silent, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep silent. We can hear the presenter.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sorry. Yes, I'm here.
All right, okay, no problem. So I was saying that in terms of policies, regulations with regard to sustainable development. So first of all, just like Negara Indonesia, Negara Brunei Darussalam is also part of the international community. And as being part of the international community, Negara Brunei Darussalam basically is supposed to implement the sustainable development goals. And one of the sustainable development goals is about the environment. So how is Brunei Darussalam basically achieving the sustainable development goals, specifically the environment? One, Brunei Darussalam, and I think it's the same thing with Indonesia. Dalam negara Brunei Darussalam ada undang-undang, bukan satu, bukan dua, tapi banyak. Ada undang-undang, and all these undang-undang basically, the objectives of this undang-undang is to basically protect the environment. Because dalam negara Brunei Darussalam ada minyak. We have shale here. Dalam negara Brunei Darussalam, in Indonesia ada minyak juga. So one of the policies that they have in place is basically to come up with regulations. Which regulations, of course, big companies, like for instance, Shell. In negara Brunei Darussalam ada Shell, Shell the petroleum company here. So Shell, if you are doing your business, the negara Brunei Darussalam, you make sure that environment is one of your basically primary objectives. You can extract minyak, tetapi in the process of extracting minyak, you make sure that the environment is taken care of, especially the marine insurance. Now, the other important point, of course, we also, dalam negara Brunei Darussalam also, they have basically bodies. Which bodies or organizations are there to basically make sure that environment is protected? For instance, we have the safety, the negara Brunei Darussalam, the Safety, Health and Environment National Authority. So the work of this authority is to make sure that the laws are enforced. Because having undang-undang is one thing. You can have undang-undang, tetapi kalau tak ada enforcement, then tak ada point. So that is very, very important. So, and then of course we have also the Department of Environment dalam negara Brunei Darussalam. So Department of Environment too, the main basically objective of this Department of Environment is to make sure that basically the vision of Brunei Darussalam, vision wawasan 2035 is achieved through basically what? Sustainable environmental what? Sustainable nations what? Mission. Itu objective negara Brunei Darussalam. So I think Indonesia, I'm sure, is having such kind of thing. But the problem, like as I've said earlier in my paper, we need basically to educate rakyat. Kalau rakyat not educated, then it is going to be very difficult. So that is basically what I can share with you, my sister, regarding policies, regulations, and taxes that we have in place in negara Brunei Darussalam. I think that's all from me.
Okay, thanks for your answer. I get the point about law of protection environment in Brunei Darussalam is so many. In Indonesia also so many about law of environment, but so many obstacles to implementing in city in here. And now I get the recommendation from you. And now I give back to moderator.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Masum. I think we get some points enlightening presentation today, and I'm agree to with your statement that this is not enough with the commitment, but we have to action to make it difference, to make it change our action, our conduct, and for this, for the state, for the government should be give many policies to make it change in our life. Unfortunately, our time is up, so that we cannot continue our discussion today. Thank you very much, Prof. Ahmad Masum and Prof. Agus Pramusinto from the fruitful presentation. See you again in the next international conference. Inshallah, we will held on 2023 next year, I think, and we hope we can invite you again next year, I think next year. Okay, we are apologize for the all mistake today, and see you. Give applause to the Prof. Masum. Okay, bilai taufik wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oke, baik Bapak Ibu Panitia, terima kasih atas partisipasinya pada hari ini. Mari kita foto bersama dan kita tepuk tangan dulu untuk kita semuanya. Kita foto bersama dulu ya, tapi kita mendengarkan instruksi dari Ibu Ketua Panitia. Silakan. Gimana nih Bu? Gimana fotonya?
Iya, karena ruangannya sempit, kita foto di depan Unimal hebat. Silakan kita keluar semuanya. Oke.
Terima kasih para moderator yang hebat-hebat juga, panitia yang hebat-hebat juga, mahasiswa yang hebat-hebat juga atas partisipasinya. Semuanya hebat dan semuanya foto di depan Unimal hebat. Termasuk mahasiswa. Iya Pak? Bahasa Inggris. Nanti nggak ada yang bangun Pak. Panitia yang berseragam, silakan foto di backdrop dulu. Panitia berseragam. Pak Muhammad, Bapak Dekan, Ibu Dekan, Ibu Dia, Pak Sufi, Pak Syafruddin ya, Pak Bani, Pak Wadek, Bu Cut, pengantin, pengantin, Bang Fatih,
Oke, sekarang foto di depan ya, di Unimal hebat. Foto di luar, jangan panas-panasan. Foto di luar ya.
Dalam negara rumah muka dum syada
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bapak Ibu panitia dan juga mahasiswa tercinta kita, saya atas nama FISIPOL Universitas Maliku Saleh mengucapkan terima kasih dan penghargaan yang setinggi-tingginya atas partisipasi pada acara hari ini yang insya Allah bisa dikatakan sukses. Ya alhamdulillah. Ya. Oh ya. Tadi kan Pak Bani belum bahasa Inggris, saya akan mewawancara Pak Bani sebentar. Oke. Pak Bani, good afternoon.
I am hungry, lapar.
Ya, nasi boleh diambil di belakang. Ya, I want to interview Pak Nirzalin. What do you think about our conference today?
I think it is very good international conference because we can feel this is very interesting presentation and we can many points about the climate change and everything obstacle for the sustainable development globally.
Okay, and what about the keynote for today?
I think the keynote is very good, especially is me. I think I'm keynote today because I give many notes, many insight, many notes about sustainable development obstacles in the world.
Okay, so next year we will try to nominate you as one of the keynote speakers.
Of course, I'm ready to be one of the keynote speakers for the next international conference in ICoSPOLHUM.
Inshallah, we will invite one of you to represent Unimal.
Thank you very much for you.
Yang mau foto silakan karena sebentar lagi panggung akan dijebolin.
Ya.
Akan dikembalikan.
Pengumuman ditujukan kepada seluruh mahasiswa dan mahasiswi. Nanti sorry kalau tidak ada kegiatan. Mohon untuk hadir ke Stadion PIM. Ya, untuk mendukung Unimal FC melawan tim Liga 3 Aceh Dewantara United pertandingan sepak bola.
Bahasa Inggris bilang ngomong kayak gini in English.
Mr. Subani, please repeat your announcement in English, please, because we are on international conference. Thank you.
English. Pak Mamat, silakan bergabung dengan Pak Mulyadi. Japarsa, mau foto dengan darah baru, silakan bergabung.
Speak in English.
Atau mau jadi linto baru yang kedua kali, dipersilakan juga untuk mengurus NA di kantor KUA terdekat. Aba-aba dulu, jangan foto dulu, dengar aba-aba.
Pak Bani.
Fatih, nggak sopan.
Pak Bani,
Bumala, jangan kayak gitu, nggak sopan. Masa duduk kayak gitu mau difoto? Aduh. Betul, jangan kayak gitu, nggak sopan. Bumala. Ya. Silakan. Fatih. Jangan kali sama Fatih. Maju. Fakriah jangan dulu Bu Fakriah.
Lo hanteng ayo. Foto ini. Dah, foto sekarang.